Hello there and welcome to History for Lunatics. I'm so glad you're here tonight. Pull up something comfortable if you can. Maybe a blanket, maybe a warm drink, maybe just the quietest corner of the room you can find. Because tonight we are going somewhere that does not usually appear in the polished version of American history. We are not going to a president's desk or a marble government building or a grand train station filled with men in hats rushing toward important places. We're going to the edge of a city, to a muddy patch of land under a bridge, or beside a railroad track, or along a riverbank where the wind comes through without asking permission. We're going to a place built from old boards, flattened tin, packing crates, canvas scraps, rusted nails, cardboard, tar paper, and anything else a person could carry, drag, borrow, salvage, or quietly take because there was no other way to keep rain off a sleeping child. We're going to a Hooverville. And if that word sounds a little strange at first, almost too small for what it means, stay with me, because behind it was one of the most painful domestic realities of the Great Depression. A Hooverville was not a town in the ordinary sense. It was not planned, not approved, not provided by anyone with power. It was a settlement made by people who had lost the last solid thing they had. Their job was gone. Their savings were gone. Their rent money was gone, their house or apartment was gone, and yet they were still here, still alive, still trying to get through the night, so they made shelter wherever the city had left an unused corner. That is the part of this story that I want you to feel before we go any further. These were not people who had chosen a simpler life. They were not camping, they were not rustic, they were not stepping away from society in search of fresh air and a little peace. They were workers, parents, veterans, widows, clerks, labourers, boys who had left farms where nothing would grow, men who had once worn clean collars to offices, women who still folded what little clothing they had with care, children who learned very quickly that adults could be frightened and hungry and proud all at the same time. Before we step into one of those settlements, I want to ask you something simple. Where are you listening from tonight? Are you in bed with the lights low? Are you in a kitchen after everyone else has gone quiet? Are you on a couch, half awake, letting history settle around you slowly? Maybe outside your window there are streetlights, parked cars, the steady hum of electricity, the little ordinary signs that the world is still functioning. Now imagine looking at those same lights from the outside, not as someone coming home, but as someone who no longer has a home to come back to. Imagine seeing apartment windows glowing above you and knowing that just a few months earlier, or maybe a year earlier, you had a key in your pocket too. That is where this story begins, not with statistics, though the statistics matter, and not with a political argument, though politics shaped every part of this crisis, but with the physical fact of a person standing in the open air at the end of a day, holding what they can carry, and trying to decide where they will sleep. If this kind of storytelling speaks to you, if you like history that moves slowly enough to let the ordinary people come back into view, it would mean the world to me if you hit that subscribe button and give this video a like. You do not have to do it right now. Do it when you feel it. Do it when something in the story makes you pause for a second and think about the lives underneath the dates. And if you want to share where you're watching from tonight, your city, your country, or just the room you're in, I genuinely love reading those comments. There is something quietly fitting about people in warm rooms all over the world listening together to a story about people who were trying, with whatever they had left, to make a room out of nothing. Now, let the room settle a little. Let the noise outside fade. We're going back to the early 1930s, when the United States was still trying to understand how quickly a modern life could collapse. The stock market crash of October 1929 is the moment people often use as the doorway into the Great Depression, and it was a doorway, but it was not the whole house. For many ordinary Americans, the disaster did not arrive all at once with a headline. It moved in stages. First there were rumours at work, nervous talk near the time clock, managers walking through departments with tight faces. Then the hours were cut. Then the pay envelope grew thinner. then someone was let go, and then another person, and then it was your turn. A family that had been poor but stable became poor and unstable. A family that had been comfortable became careful. A family that had been careful became desperate. Banks failed. Factories slowed or closed. Farms that had already been struggling were crushed by falling crop prices, debt, drought and dust. By 1933, roughly 1 out of every 4 workers in the country was unemployed. That number is enormous, but numbers are strangely bad at showing us what unemployment did inside a home. A number does not show a father leaving in the morning with no job to go to because staying home felt worse. It does not show a mother watering soup until it could pass for supper. It does not show shoes lined near a door with cardboard slipped inside them because the soles were worn through. It does not show the moment rent became impossible. That moment is where the Hooverville begins. A landlord might wait a little while if he knew the family, or he might not. A bank might give a little time, or it might not. A rooming housekeeper might allow a man to fall behind for a week, maybe 2, but she had bills of her own. Charity existed, yes, and churches and missions and local relief offices did what they could. But the need was far beyond what private kindness could carry. Cities were overwhelmed. Public relief before the New Deal was often local, limited, humiliating, and inconsistent. Some people received food vouchers, some stood in bread lines, some were told to move on, and some, after every favour had been spent and every relative's spare corner had filled up, simply had nowhere left to go. It is easy, from a distance, to imagine homelessness as a sudden condition, as if a person is housed one day and unhoused the next. But for many families in the Depression, it was more like a slow stripping away. First you sold the good coat, then the radio, then the extra chair, then the dishes that did not matter as much. Then maybe you moved from a house to a rented room, from a rented room to a cheaper room, from a cheaper room to a relative's place, from there to a mission bed if one was available, and finally to a place no one had meant for sleeping. A vacant lot, a dump, the edge of a park, a stretch of ground near railroad yards where other people had already begun to gather. And once a few shelters appeared, more followed, because human beings, even in shame and hardship, still look for other human beings. A shack beside one shack became a row became a camp became a settlement with footpaths, cooking fires, arguments, routines, unofficial leaders, shared tools, borrowed buckets, and children who could tell you which roof leaked worst when it rained. The name Hooverville came from President Herbert Hoover, who occupied the White House when the Depression began, and who became, fairly or unfairly, the public face of a government many Americans believed had failed to help them quickly enough. People named their shanty towns after him with bitter humour. Newspapers picked up the term. A man who slept under newspapers might call them Hoover blankets. Empty pockets turned inside out were called Hoover flags. A cart pulled by a man because there was no money for gasoline or no car left at all could become a Hoover wagon. It was a language of resentment, but it was also a language of survival. When people have been humiliated by circumstances beyond their control, they often reach for jokes sharp enough to cut the humiliation down to size. The humour did not make the hunger disappear, but it gave people a way to speak about what had happened without sounding entirely defeated. And that matters, because the people who lived in Hoovervilles were fighting not only cold and hunger, but the constant pressure of shame. In the United States of the early 1930s, work was more than income. It was identity. It was respectability. A man who could not find work was often made to feel as if he had failed morally, even when there were simply no jobs to be had. A woman who could not keep the household together could feel judged by neighbours, who were themselves only a few missed payments away from the same fate. Children noticed when adults lowered their voices. They noticed when their mothers avoided meeting someone's eyes at a relief office. They noticed when their fathers came back from another day of looking with the same answer, nothing today. That is one of the hardest parts of this history to sit with. economic collapse becomes personal very quickly. The bank fails, the factory closes, the crop price falls, but the person at the bottom of all that machinery feels it in the form of embarrassment, hunger, dirt, cold hands, and the terrible task of asking for help one more time. So when we talk about Hoovervilles, we need to resist the temptation to see only the shacks. The shacks are important, and we will walk through them carefully, but they were not the whole story. A Hooverville was a physical place built out of the wreckage of the economy, but it was also an emotional place, a place where people tried to preserve normal life after normal life had stopped cooperating. Men shaved if they could. Women swept dirt floors that would be dirt again in an hour. Someone arranged tin cans neatly along a wall because a home, even a desperate home, needed order. Children made games out of scrap materials because children will find games almost anywhere, even when adults are quietly terrified. A family might hang a bit of cloth for privacy. A man might patch the roof with a flattened oil can and step back with the satisfaction of having improved something. That satisfaction may seem small, but in a world where so much had been taken, the ability to fix one corner of your shelter was not small at all. It was proof that your hands could still make a difference. Let us slow down for a moment and picture the edge of one of these settlements near a major American city. It could be Seattle, where one of the best-known Hoovervilles stood on tidal flats and lasted for years. It could be New York, where shacks appeared in Central Park and along the edges of the city, shocking people who were used to thinking of poverty as something hidden in tenements, not standing openly in public space. It could be St. Louis, where an organised community of unemployed men built a large settlement with its own informal rules and leadership. It could be Chicago, Cleveland, Portland, Los Angeles, any place where work had disappeared faster than people could adapt. The details changed from city to city, but the first impression was often the same. Low structures, uneven roofs, smoke from small fires, laundry hanging where there was room, the smell of damp earth, garbage, wood smoke, sweat, frying scraps if anyone had food, and the faint sour odour that comes when too many people are forced to live without proper sanitation. You would hear coughing, you would hear hammering, you would hear men talking in small groups about jobs, trains, relief, rumours, politics, and whether a certain foreman across town might be hiring. You would hear children. That may be the detail that unsettles the modern imagination most. We tend to imagine Hoovervilles as places of men, jobless men, wandering men, men with stubble and patched coats waiting for work. And many residents were men, especially single unemployed men who travelled in search of labour. But families were there too. Mothers were there. Babies were there. Teenagers were there. Old enough to understand the shame, but too young to do anything about it. In some settlements, families tried to stay apart from rougher areas where single men gathered, not necessarily because those men were cruel, but because crowded poverty creates tensions and dangers that people with children notice quickly. Parents made decisions every day that no parent wants to make. Is this corner safer than that one? Is it better to stay near the road, where police can see us, or farther back, where strangers might not? Should we keep the children close to the fire even if the smoke makes them cough? Can we leave them alone long enough to look for work or food? There was no correct answer, only the answer that got everyone through that day. One reason this story matters is that Hoovervilles make visible something Americans often prefer not to see. They show how thin the wall can be between ordinary life and disaster. The people in those shanty towns had not all made the same choices. They had not all come from the same background. Some had been poor for years. Some had been skilled workers. Some were immigrants. Some were native-born. Some were black Americans shut out of many jobs even before the crash, and hit especially hard when white workers began competing for every possible wage. Some were Mexican and Mexican-American families facing discrimination, deportation campaigns, and public hostility during the Depression years. Some were veterans who had served in war and returned to a country that now had little to offer them. Some had followed harvests across states until the harvests failed, or the pay became too low to live on. The Hooverville gathered people who might never have lived side by side under normal circumstances, and it did so because normal circumstances had broken. This is why I find the subject so powerful. A Hooverville was not merely a symbol of poverty. It was a place where the promises of American life were tested at ground level. The promise that work would be rewarded. The promise that a family could make it if they tried. The promise that progress moved forward and that modern industry would provide enough. In the 1930s, those promises did not vanish completely, but they became harder to believe in when a man could spend all day searching for work and return with nothing except sore feet, or when a mother could keep a spotless shack and still have no clean water nearby, or when a child could learn to read from a school book during the day and sleep under a roof made from a discarded sign at night. The contrast was too sharp to ignore. America still had skyscrapers, factories, department stores, movie palaces, electric lights, and advertisements promising comfort and abundance. And beneath some of those same city lights, people were boiling coffee grounds for the second or third time and calling that breakfast. I want to be careful with the way we tell this story. It would be easy to make it only miserable because much of it was miserable. The cold was real. The hunger was real. Disease was a threat. Fires could tear through shacks quickly. Police could raid or clear settlements. People were mocked, pitied, feared, and judged. But if we make the people only victims, we flatten them. The people who lived in Hoovervilles had personalities, routines, humour, anger, tenderness, politics, habits, skills, and pride. They organised themselves when no one organised them. They built shelters with almost nothing. They shared information about relief offices and job openings. They argued over space and water and noise. They made rules. They broke rules. They helped one another and sometimes failed one another. In other words, they behaved like people, not symbols. That is the version of history worth staying with, because it is harder, more honest, and more respectful than turning them into background scenery for a national crisis. Think for a moment about the word home. It is such a soft word that we sometimes forget how much labour it contains. A home is not only walls and a roof. It is where you keep your things, where you know where the cup is, where you can be unobserved, where you can close a door, where you can make a small mistake without a stranger seeing it. Hoovervilles challenged every part of that meaning. The walls were thin or full of gaps. The roof might hold in light rain and fail in a storm. The door might be a hanging piece of cloth or a board that did not fit. Privacy was rare. Noise travelled. Smells travelled. Fear travelled. And still, people tried to make homes there. That attempt is one of the most human things in the entire Depression. A man could be sleeping under a roof made from an old automobile panel and still place his shoes carefully by the entrance. A woman could be cooking in a dented can and still tell a child to wash hands first if water could be spared. A family could have almost nothing and still have rules about how to behave, when to be quiet, where not to step, which scraps were useful, and which ones were not worth carrying. Poverty does not erase the desire for order. In many cases, it makes order more precious. By the time we fully enter this world, I want you to carry one image with you. Not the largest Hooverville, not the most famous photograph, not the political cartoon of President Hoover, not the newspaper headline. Picture one person at dusk kneeling beside the wall of a shack, pressing a board into place because the wind came through there last night. Maybe it is a father. Maybe it is a mother. Maybe it is a boy old enough to swing a hammer badly but proudly. The nail is bent, the wood is split, the whole repair is imperfect. But for tonight, if it holds, the air inside will be a little less cold. That is the scale at which life in a Hooverville was often lived. Not in grand solutions, because grand solutions were somewhere far away in government offices, courtrooms, newspapers, and arguments between men with steady meals. In the settlement itself, survival was measured in smaller units. A dry blanket, a cup of hot coffee, a place near the fire, a rumour that work might be available in the morning, a child who did not cough as badly tonight as last night, a roof patch that held until dawn. As we move through this story, we're going to follow the day and night of Hooverville life as closely as we can. We will look at how people arrived there, how they built shelter, what they ate, where they found water, how they kept warm, how families protected children, how men searched for work, how women carried domestic labour into places never designed for domestic life, how communities formed, how outsiders judged them, and how some of these settlements were eventually torn down or absorbed into the changing relief systems of the New Deal era. But before any of that, before the shack, before the fire, before the bread line, before the police officer at the edge of camp, there was usually one private disaster that came first. A last rent notice, a final paycheck, a bank failure, a farm auction, a landlord at the door, a suitcase packed too quickly, a mother deciding what could be carried and what had to be left behind. And that moment, quiet as it may have seemed from the outside, was the true beginning of Hooverville life, because no one arrived there without first losing some other version of home. For most people who ended up in a Hooverville, the day did not begin with the word homelessness. That word was too large, too official, too final. It began with smaller words, the kind people said quietly because saying them too loudly made them real. Rent, notice, due, past due, foreclosure, auction, out. These were the words that entered the kitchen before the family ever entered the camp. And that is something worth holding in your mind for a moment, because we often imagine the Great Depression in broad scenes, the bread line, the closed factory gate, the dust storm rolling over a farm, the line of men outside an employment office. But before a person stood in a bread line, before a family slept in a shack, before a child learned to step around puddles on a Hooverville path, there was usually a more private collapse. A room where no one spoke much, a table with a bill lying on it, a father reading the same notice twice because the first reading did not seem possible, a mother opening a cupboard and understanding, with a kind of cold clarity, that even if she stretched everything, even if she watered the soup and sold the good coat and took in washing and delayed every payment that could be delayed, there was still not enough. Let us begin there. Not in the camp yet, not under the bridge, but inside the home before it is lost. The home might be a rented apartment in Chicago, 2 rooms above a shop where the stairs smell of coal dust and cabbage. It might be a small wooden house on the edge of Cleveland, with a little yard and a fence the father meant to repair when steady work came back. It might be a farm in Oklahoma or Arkansas or Kansas, where the family has known hardship for years, but always believed that hardship was different from defeat. It might be a room in a boarding house in New York, where a single man keeps his extra shirt folded under the mattress because there is no dresser. The details vary, but the pattern is familiar. Work stops first, or the hours are cut so badly that work becomes almost a reminder of what used to be possible. A man goes from 6 days a week to 3, then to 1, then to being told there is nothing for him at all. A factory that once sounded alive all day goes quiet behind locked doors. A foreman who used to know every man's name now avoids looking anyone in the eye. A clerk who had dressed carefully every morning finds himself walking the same streets with no office waiting for him. At first, the family tells itself this is temporary. People always tell themselves that at first, because most lives cannot absorb disaster all at once. They say it will be a few weeks. They say the plant will reopen. They say someone is bound to hire. They say there is still a little money in the bank. They say the landlord knows them. They say a cousin might help. They say these things because saying them is part of how a person keeps moving. Then the adjustments begin. They are small enough at first to seem manageable. No meat this week. No new shoes. The newspaper subscription ends. The radio, if there is one, is sold or taken to the pawnbroker. The better blanket goes next, because it is worth something, and the weather is still mild enough to pretend that warmth can wait. A wedding ring may disappear into a pawn shop drawer. Tools may be sold, which is a painful thing for a working man, because tools are not just objects. They are a claim on the future. A carpenter selling his saw, a mechanic selling his wrench set, a farm family selling a mule or a plough horse. These were not simple transactions. They were messages from the present to the future saying, I do not know how we will begin again. And still the rent comes due. That is the part of poverty that becomes almost insulting. Bills continue with a steady confidence that human life loses. The month turns. The landlord knocks. The bank sends another letter. The tax notice arrives. The world that cannot provide work can still demand payment. Now I want you to picture the table in that home on the evening before the final decision has to be made. There is probably no dramatic shouting. Sometimes there was, of course, because stress will find a way out. But often the worst moments in a family are quiet. The children know something is wrong. They know because adults are bad at hiding fear from children, even when they think they are being careful. A girl of 10 sees her mother count coins and then count them again, as if arithmetic might soften if approached patiently. A boy hears his father say the word tomorrow in a tone that does not sound like tomorrow will help. The youngest children may not understand money, but they understand faces. They understand when bread is sliced thinner. They understand when their mother says she is not hungry and then drinks coffee instead of eating. They understand when neighbours stop visiting because everyone is ashamed of what everyone else might see. In many cities, eviction was a physical event, not merely a legal one. A landlord, a marshal, a constable, or a sheriff's deputy might arrive with papers and authority, and then the family's things would be carried out into the street. Think about that for a moment in the most literal way. A bed frame placed on the sidewalk, a chair, a wash basin, a trunk, a cracked mirror, a baby's blanket, pots and pans, a sewing basket, a family Bible. The private contents of a household displayed in public, not because anyone wanted to show them, but because the law had made the inside of the home unavailable. People in the neighbourhood would see. They might look away out of kindness, or they might watch because human beings are curious even when they know they should not be. Some might help carry things, some might whisper, some might feel relief that it was not them, followed almost immediately by fear that next month it could be. During the worst years of the Depression, this scene repeated so often in some neighbourhoods that it became part of the ordinary street life of crisis. Furniture on the curb was not always garbage. Sometimes it was a family in the act of being removed from its own life. There is a particular humiliation in having your belongings handled by strangers. It is not only that the objects are taken out, it is that they reveal you. The sagging mattress tells something about your nights. The patched clothes tell something about your finances. The chipped plates tell something about your meals. The children's toys, if there are any left, tell something almost too tender to bear. A home hides the evidence of struggle, and eviction exposes it. And in the early 1930s, when so many Americans still believed fiercely in self-reliance, exposure could wound almost as badly as hunger. People who had worked for years, who had paid bills when they could, who had kept clean houses and sent children to school and put on decent clothes on Sundays, could suddenly find themselves standing beside a pile of their possessions while a uniformed man told them they could no longer go inside. It is difficult to overstate what that did to a person's sense of themselves, and yet, even on a day like that, practical decisions had to be made. That is one of the cruelest features of disaster. It does not pause to let you feel it properly. There is no respectful silence around your grief. There is only the question of what can be carried. A family could not take everything. They might have a pushcart if they were lucky, or a borrowed wagon, or a battered automobile if it still ran, though many families had already lost the car or could not afford gasoline. More often they had arms and backs. Bedding mattered. Pots mattered. A skillet mattered. A knife mattered. A bucket mattered more than many sentimental things because water would have to be carried wherever they went. A photograph mattered, but could it be kept dry? A book mattered, but did it weigh too much? A child might beg to keep a toy, and the mother might say yes, even if it made no practical sense, because sometimes preserving one useless thing was necessary to prove that the family was still human. Other things were abandoned because there was no choice. A chair that had belonged to someone's mother, a picture frame, a curtain, a set of dishes received at marriage. Objects that had stood quietly in the background of normal life now had to be judged by weight, usefulness, and whether they could survive rain. For farmers, the day the house was lost often looked different, but the emotional shape was similar. There might be no city sidewalk, no apartment stairs, no marshal placing furniture at the curb. Instead, there was a foreclosure auction. The bank or creditor came for the land, the animals, the equipment, the pieces of a farm that had taken years to assemble and could be scattered in an afternoon. In some rural communities, neighbours tried to resist this process through what became known as penny auctions. When a foreclosed farm was auctioned off, local people would gather and agree among themselves to bid only a few cents on each item, sometimes intimidating outside bidders into silence. A plough might sell for a penny and then be returned to the farmer. A team of horses might be bought for almost nothing and handed back. These actions were illegal, or at least deeply unwelcome to banks, but they reveal something important. Communities understood that losing a farm was not just one family's private misfortune. It was a warning to everyone. If the Johnson place could be taken, if the Miller land could be sold, if the bank could put a family with children off acreage they had worked for years, then no one was entirely safe. But not every family had neighbours willing or able to intervene. Many farms were lost. Some owners became tenants. Some tenants became migrants. Some packed what they could onto trucks and followed rumours of work westward, or towards cities where relief might be more available. The house itself might remain standing after they left, which in some ways made the loss stranger. In the city, an evicted family could be locked out of a room that immediately belonged to someone else. On a farm, the family might look back and see the roof they had repaired, the porch where children had played, the barn where animals had been fed, all still there, but no longer theirs. Land can become almost a member of a family. To leave it under compulsion is not the same as moving. It is a kind of amputation. There is another detail we need to sit with because it helps explain why Hoovervilles grew so quickly. Many people did not lose their homes because they had never worked or never tried. They lost them because the economic systems around them failed in ways individuals could not control. Banks collapsed and took savings with them. Employers closed because customers had no money. Farmers produced crops that brought prices too low to cover debts. Landlords needed rent because they had mortgages and taxes of their own. Cities could not raise enough relief money because unemployed people could not pay taxes. Everything was connected, and when enough of the structure failed, responsibility became hard to locate. That did not stop people from blaming themselves. A father might know intellectually that thousands of men were out of work, but when his children were hungry, the knowledge did not comfort him much. A mother might understand that no amount of thrift could stretch nothing into enough, but she still felt the failure in her own hands as she scraped a pot clean. The Depression was a national disaster experienced as a personal inadequacy millions of times over. Now imagine the actual departure, not the legal notice, not the argument, not the last night of worry, but the moment when the family steps away. Doors matter. A door is one of those ordinary things that becomes enormous when you no longer have one. Closing your own door at night is a form of power. It says this space is ours, and the world stops here. On the day the house was lost, the power ended. Some families locked the door one final time even when they knew they would never open it again. Some did not have the key anymore. Some were forced out quickly and had no ceremony at all. If the family left by choice before being thrown out, there may have been a strange effort to leave things tidy, a swept floor, a clean stove, a folded cloth. This was not for the landlord, not entirely. It was a final statement of dignity. We were not animals. We lived here properly. We cared for this place until we could not keep it. Children experience this in fragments. A child might remember the sound of dishes wrapped in newspaper, the smell of dust from a trunk, the way a parent snapped at them and then apologized, the embarrassment of seeing their bed carried outside, the confusing instruction to take only what they could hold. Some children thought at first that they were going on a trip. Others understood too much. Older children often became quiet on these days because they could see the adults straining not to break. A teenage boy might try to act useful, lifting boxes too heavy for him, pretending not to notice his mother crying. A girl might be assigned to watch the younger ones, which meant she had to become calm before she had finished being afraid. Childhood in the Depression often involved this kind of early promotion into responsibility, not because anyone thought it ideal, but because the household needed every capable pair of hands and every person who could keep from panicking. Where did they go first? Not always directly to a Hooverville, that is important. People tried other doors before they built a shack. They went to relatives if relatives had space. But relatives were often struggling too, and a 2-room apartment could not hold 3 families for long. They went to church basements, missions, cheap lodging houses, shelters, charity offices or train yards where men gathered to exchange information. Some fathers left alone to search for work, planning to send money back, and sometimes the money never came because work never appeared. Some families split apart temporarily, because a relative could take the children but not the parents, or a shelter could take women and children but not men, or a man could find a bunk in a mission but his wife could not stay with him. This splitting is one of the quieter tragedies of the Depression. Poverty does not only remove comfort, it rearranges relationships. It forces families to decide whether staying together in worse conditions is better than separating in the hope of survival. There is no easy moral lesson there, only hard choices made by tired people. If a family did reach the edge of a Hooverville, they often arrived carrying both belongings and reluctance. Few people wanted to be seen entering such a place. Shanty towns were visible proof of a fall in status, and many residents had spent weeks or months trying to avoid that proof. A man might circle the settlement first, observing where people drew water, where smoke was rising, whether police seemed nearby, whether families were present or only single men. A mother would look for danger differently. She would notice faces, distances, the ground, whether there was a place for children to sleep without being stepped over, whether the camp seemed settled or chaotic, whether anyone looked too drunk, too angry, too desperate. The first night in a Hooverville was not yet community. It was exposure. It was the knowledge that whatever privacy the family once had was gone. It was learning the sounds of strangers breathing, coughing, arguing, laughing, moving in the dark. Before a shelter could exist, a place had to be claimed. This might mean finding a patch of ground between 2 existing shacks, or asking someone unofficially in charge where newcomers could build, or simply setting down belongings in a spot no one contested. Land in a Hooverville had no secure legal meaning, but space still mattered. A few feet closer to a water source could save labour. A location under a bridge might offer some protection from rain, but also trap smoke and damp air. A place near the road might make it easier to leave for work searches, but also easier for police or hostile outsiders to notice. Low ground could flood, high ground could catch wind. The settlement itself became a map of compromises. Every shack was an answer to a question no one wanted to be asked. Where can we survive with the least harm? That first evening after the house was lost must have felt longer than an ordinary evening. Hunger is bad in any room, but it changes character outdoors or in a shelter that is not yet a shelter. A family that had cooked on a stove now had to think about fire in an open can or a pit. A mother who once knew where every utensil belonged now had to search through a bundle on the ground. A father who had repaired a roof with proper tools now had to look for scrap before rain came. The children had to be told not to wander, not to stare, not to ask too loudly why those men were sleeping outside, not to touch broken glass, not to step near the fire, not to cry if crying would make things worse. It is easy to say that people adapted. They did. but adaptation is often just distress repeated until it becomes routine. And yet, even then, some habits from the old home followed them. Someone spread bedding carefully. Someone placed the cooking pot in what would become its place. Someone hung a coat to block a gap, not only for warmth, but because a wall, even a cloth wall, created a little privacy. Someone told the children where they would sleep as if assigning beds in a real room. Someone said, "We will manage." That phrase appears in hard times again and again because it does two things at once. It admits that things are bad, and it refuses to surrender the next hour. We will manage is not optimism exactly. It is a tool. People used it the way they used a hammer, a bucket, a length of rope, a scrap of tin. It helped hold the structure together until something better could be found. The last night in the old home and the first night without it were connected by a thin thread of disbelief. Many people expected, or at least hoped, that their stay in a Hooverville would be brief. A few days, a week, until work came, until relief was approved, until a relative wrote back, until the economy improved, though that phrase must have sounded very distant when you were trying to keep rain off a mattress. Some did leave quickly, others stayed for months. In some Hoovervilles, people stayed for years, long enough for paths to harden under footsteps, for shacks to be repaired and expanded, for residents to know one another's habits, for children to grow taller against walls made of scrap lumber. Temporary suffering has a way of becoming permanent when the conditions causing it do not change. So the day the house was lost was not only an ending, it was the beginning of a new education. The family would have to learn where to find discarded wood. They would have to learn which businesses threw out usable crates, which dumps were worth searching, which railroad yards were dangerous, which police officers ignored the camp and which ones did not. They would learn how to cook with less fuel, how to keep bedding dry, how to store food away from rats, how to make a roof from materials that had never been meant to be a roof. They would learn how to live near strangers while protecting whatever remained of family life. None of these lessons were taught formally. They were acquired by watching, asking, failing, and trying again. And the first lesson, the one that came before all the others, was that a home could be reduced to materials very quickly. A door became a board, a curtain became a blanket, a crate became a wall, a can became a stove. A family that once thought of home as an address now had to think of it as something assembled by hand before nightfall. By the time darkness settled over the edge of the settlement, the old home was already beginning to change in memory. That is how human beings survive loss. The place left behind becomes sharper in some ways and blurred in others. The kitchen may be remembered by the way light came through one window in the morning, the bedroom by the sound of rain on a proper roof, the front step by the feeling of sitting there before anyone knew how bad things would get. But memory did not keep a person dry. Memory did not boil water. Memory did not stop the wind. The next morning practical life would begin again, and practical life in a Hooverville started with shelter. Not the idea of shelter, not the sentimental version of making do, but the hard physical work of finding materials, dragging them back and turning waste into walls. The house had been lost, but the need for a house had not gone anywhere. So people began again with scrap wood, tin, cardboard, tar paper, and the stubborn belief that even a shack, if it kept out some of the weather, could be made to stand. The first thing a person needed in a Hooverville was not comfort. It was not beauty. It was not even privacy, though privacy became precious very quickly. The first thing needed was something overhead. Anything overhead. A board, a sheet of tin, a torn strip of canvas, a piece of tar paper weighted down with stones, an old door laid across two crates, something that could stand between a sleeping body and the sky. That is where the work of making a home began, not with a plan drawn on paper or a foundation marked carefully in the soil, but with the most basic human calculation. If rain comes tonight, where will it go? Will it fall on the blanket, on the child, on the small sack of flour, on the shoes that must be dry enough for walking tomorrow. A family that had just lost a house did not have the luxury of imagining a complete dwelling. They began with the roof, because the roof was the difference between a bad night and a dangerous one. Try to picture the materials as they really were, because the word scrap can make them sound simpler than they were. Scrap wood was not neat lumber waiting politely in a pile. It was broken crate boards, splintered planks from construction sites, pieces pulled from rubbish heaps, wood from torn down fences, old doors, damaged pallets, fruit boxes, packing crates with company names still stamped on the side, and sometimes boards pried loose from places where taking them could bring trouble. The nails were often bent, the edges were jagged, the sizes did not match. A man might spend an hour collecting wood and come back with 3 pieces too short for a wall, 1 piece too rotten to hold a nail, and 1 good board he was almost proud of finding. Tin was not clean roofing tin. It might be a flattened oil can, a piece of an old sign, scrap metal from a junkyard, a section of discarded stovepipe, or a bent sheet taken from the ruins of something else. Cardboard was useful only if the weather was kind, which the weather often was not. Tar paper was better if you could get it, because it resisted water for a while and could be layered over cracks. Canvas, burlap, feed sacks and old rugs could become walls in a place where walls were understood as suggestions rather than guarantees. The search for these materials became one of the first routines of Hooverville life. New arrivals learned quickly by watching others. You looked near warehouses because crates were thrown away there. You looked behind grocery stores and produce markets because fruit boxes could be broken down into thin planks. You looked at dumps, not casually, but with the practiced attention of someone who knew that a discarded thing might be the piece that kept your shelter standing. You watched demolition sites. You followed railroad tracks. You asked sometimes, and you took sometimes, and sometimes you stood there deciding whether hunger and cold had changed the meaning of stealing. That is a hard thing to say plainly, but it belongs in the story. Respectable people who had once paid for everything they used were now sorting through refuse and carrying away whatever the city had abandoned. A board in a trash pile was not just a board. It was a small reprieve from exposure. There was a skill to scavenging that outsiders rarely understood. A person had to judge weight because anything found had to be carried back. A heavy piece of wood might be strong, but if it took 2 men to move it and you had no one to help, it was useless. A thin board might be easy to carry but too weak to form a frame. Tin was valuable, but sharp edges cut hands badly, and a cut in a camp without clean water or medical care was not a small matter. Rope, wire, and strips of cloth mattered almost as much as boards because they held together what nails could not. Old burlap sacks could be stuffed into gaps. Newspapers could be layered inside walls for insulation, though damp would turn them soft and sour. Broken bricks could weigh down roofing. Stones could anchor corners. A family that had owned furniture days or weeks before was now studying trash with the seriousness of engineers. The first shelter was often low. Low meant easier to heat, easier to brace, easier to roof with short materials. A man standing upright inside was a luxury. Many shacks forced their residents to stoop, crawl, or sit because the available boards simply did not allow for more. The ground itself became part of the structure. Some people dug shallow pits to lower the sleeping area and gain a little protection from wind. Others avoided digging because low spots flooded, and a floor that turned to mud could ruin everything. The smartest builders, or simply the ones who had already suffered through enough rain, paid close attention to drainage. They looked for slight rises in the ground. They dug little channels around the outside to carry water away. They raised bedding on crates if crates could be found. They learned that a shack did not fail only when it collapsed. It failed when the floor stayed wet for 3 days and everyone inside began to cough. There is something almost painful about the word floor in this setting, because in many Hooverville shacks the floor was just earth. Bare earth, packed by feet, swept with a bundle of twigs or an old broom if one had survived the move, sometimes covered with cardboard, burlap, straw or scrap boards laid unevenly across the ground. A dirt floor could be made orderly, and many people tried. They swept it, they tamped it down, they placed stones near the entrance so mud would not come all the way inside. But earth remained earth. In dry weather it made dust. In wet weather it became mud. In cold weather it held the cold and passed it into the body through blankets, shoes, knees and hands. A wooden floor, even a partial one, was a major improvement. It lifted a family, literally, above some of the misery. A few boards under the sleeping place could mean that a child woke dry instead of damp. That small difference mattered more than any person in a proper house can easily understand. The frame of a shack might be made from the straightest pieces available, if any pieces were straight. Corners were difficult. A proper carpenter knew how to square a frame, how to brace it, how to make the weight carry downward. Many Hooverville residents had such skills. The Depression did not only throw unskilled people out of work, it threw carpenters, masons, mechanics, roofers, painters, railroad men, shipyard workers, and factory hands into the same uncertainty. A man who had once built real houses might find himself building a shack from cratewood, and he would bring to that work a mixture of competence and humiliation. He knew how it ought to be done. He also knew he did not have the materials to do it that way, so he compromised. He used short pieces where long ones were needed. He braced a weak wall with a branch. He patched a gap with a flour sack. He straightened old nails by pounding them against a stone, because a bent nail was not waste if you had patience and no money. Children might sit nearby and sort nails into piles, the straight enough, the maybe, and the useless unless nothing else appeared. If you have ever watched someone straighten a nail, you know it is a small, stubborn act. The nail has already been used. It has already served one purpose and been pulled from it. It is crooked, sometimes rusted, sometimes weakened. But a careful hand can tap it back into shape well enough to use again. That small act belongs to the Great Depression, in a way that is hard to explain without sounding too grand. People were doing with themselves what they did with the nails. They had been bent by circumstance, pulled from the lives they expected to hold, and now they were trying to become usable again in a world that offered very little forgiveness. That does not mean they thought of it that way. Most people were too busy to turn their hardship into metaphor. They simply needed the nail, so they straightened it. The walls went up in whatever order the materials allowed. Sometimes one wall was wood, another cardboard, another a hanging blanket, another a sheet of rusted metal held in place with wire. The result could look chaotic from the outside, and newspaper photographs often emphasized that chaos because it made the settlements appear more shocking. But inside the shack, the arrangement might make perfect sense. The strongest wall faced the prevailing wind. The driest corner held the bedding. The side nearest the fire pit had more ventilation, because smoke was a constant problem. A gap near the roof might be left on purpose so fumes could escape, though in winter that same gap stole heat. If a family had a stove, even a crude one made from a can or salvaged metal, they faced another set of problems. Fire made a shack livable. Fire also threatened to destroy it. A stovepipe through a tar paper roof was a danger. A cooking fire too near a cardboard wall could take the whole shelter in minutes. In crowded settlements, one careless spark could become everyone's emergency. This is one of the things that made building in a Hooverville so different from building in ordinary poverty. Poor families had always made do. Rural cabins, tenant houses, mining camps, and urban tenements had long histories of crowding and discomfort. But Hooverville construction often happened in places not meant for dwelling at all. There were no proper lots, no water lines, no safe chimneys, no drainage system, no building inspector, no landlord responsible for repairs, no secure claim that the shelter would still be there next week if the city decided to clear the land. Every improvement was made under the shadow of possible removal. Imagine putting a whole day of labour into patching a roof while knowing that police, Property owners or municipal crews might tear the shack down later. That uncertainty shaped the structures. Why build too well if you might be forced out? Why build too poorly if your children must sleep there tonight? Hooverville homes lived in that contradiction. Temporary enough to be abandoned, permanent enough to need repair. The door, when there was one, mattered more than it seemed. A door is not only an entrance, it is a claim. It says there is an inside and an outside. Some shacks had real doors salvaged from demolished buildings, heavy and almost comically out of place against thin scrap walls. Others had boards hinged with leather strips, or cloth hung from a line, or a piece of tin that could be leaned into place. A real latch was valuable, a lock was rare. Privacy depended less on hardware than on custom, and custom depended on whether the settlement had enough stability to develop rules. In a new or chaotic camp, a family might never feel secure leaving anything behind. In a more established Hooverville, neighbours might watch one another's shelters, not because people became saints in poverty, but because everyone understood how little stood between order and complete misery. A stolen blanket could be a serious loss. A stolen cooking pot could ruin a week. The door was a symbol of dignity, but it was also a very practical attempt to keep the world from walking in. Inside, the work of making a shack into a home began almost immediately. This is important. People did not wait until conditions were good to create order. They created order because conditions were bad. Bedding was placed first, usually in the driest and most protected spot. If the family had a mattress, it was a treasure and a problem at the same time, because mattresses absorbed damp and were hard to move. Many slept on straw, blankets, newspapers, sacks, or boards, covered with whatever cloth they had. Clothing was hung from nails or folded into boxes. Food, if there was any, had to be protected from rats, dogs, insects, and other hungry people. A tin can might hold matches. Another might hold buttons, needles, or coins. A crate turned on its side became a shelf. A board across two boxes became a table. A stump became a chair. A household reappeared, one function at a time. And here is something I want you to sit with for a moment. The people who arranged these interiors knew the difference between a shack and a proper home. They were not confused. A woman hanging a scrap of cloth over an opening did not think she had recreated the parlour she once had. A man setting a crate beside the bedding did not think it was a bedroom table. But the act still mattered. Human beings need more than shelter from weather. They need patterns. They need to know where things belong. They need a place for the cup, the comb, the skillet, the baby's blanket. In a crisis, these small arrangements become a form of resistance against being reduced to mere survival. You could be living on land the city did not want you to occupy, under a roof made from signs and boxes, but if you swept the floor and folded the blanket and put the bucket in its place, you had not entirely surrendered the idea of home. Women often carried an especially heavy burden in this transformation. Men might do much of the framing, lifting, and scavenging, though women did those things too when needed, but the domestic organisation of the shack usually fell on the mother or wife if a family was present. She had to create a cooking area, a sleeping arrangement, a way to wash children, a way to store food, a way to keep clothing from becoming permanently filthy, all without the tools that had once made those tasks ordinary. A kitchen became a corner with a can stove, washing became a basin and carried water, a laundry line became string-tied between two nails, childcare became constant vigilance because there were no doors that closed properly, no safe yard, no clean indoor floor for a toddler to crawl across. The labour of homemaking did not disappear when the house was lost. It became harder, more visible, and less respected. A man building a Hooverville shack might also be fighting something inside himself. Many men in the Depression were raised to believe that providing a proper home was part of manhood. Work, rent, food, roof, protection. These things were tied together in ways that were both economic and emotional. To build a shack from garbage could feel like proof of failure, even when the failure belonged to a broken economy and not to the individual. Some men responded by working on the shack with fierce attention. They made the walls straighter than they needed to be. They patched every seam. They built a small step at the entrance. They arranged stones around the fire pit. They improved because improvement gave them back a little authority over their surroundings. Others could not bear it as well. They built only what was necessary and avoided looking too carefully at the result. Both reactions make sense. Pride can survive hardship, but it does not always survive in the same shape. Children saw the shack differently. For them, especially the younger ones, the building process could feel almost like a strange game at first. They were sent to find small sticks, cardboard, bits of wire, cans, anything useful. They watched adults turn scraps into walls. They learned quickly which materials mattered. A child might become proud of finding a piece of tin or a length of cord, but the game did not stay a game for long. Rain taught the truth. Cold taught it. The embarrassment of bringing a school friend nowhere near the camp taught it. The sound of adults whispering at night taught it. Still, children are astonishingly adaptive, sometimes in ways that should make us admire them, and sometimes in ways that should make us angry on their behalf. A child might decorate a shack wall with a picture cut from an old magazine. Another might scratch initials into a beam. Another might name the shelter, as if naming it could make it less frightening. These small gestures were not childish misunderstandings. They were the child's version of homemaking. Weather was the real inspector of every Hooverville home. A shack might look serviceable in dry afternoon light and reveal all its weaknesses at midnight in rain. Water found every gap. It ran along roof seams, dripped through nail holes, seeped under walls, pooled in low corners, soaked bedding, softened cardboard, swelled wood, loosened dirt floors, and turned paths outside into mud. Wind tested walls by pushing steadily until loose panels rattled or tore free. Cold entered from below as much as from above. Summer brought different problems. Heat turned tin roofs into ovens. Poor ventilation trapped smells. Flies gathered. Food spoiled quickly. Fires for cooking made small interiors unbearable, but cooking outside meant exposure, smoke, and sometimes arguments over shared space. The same shelter had to answer every season with materials barely fit for one. In some Hoovervilles, people improved their dwellings over time until the shacks became surprisingly elaborate. A shelter that began as 4 posts and a patched roof might acquire a better wall, then a raised floor, then a small stove, then a window made from salvaged glass, then shelves, then a second room no larger than a closet. Residents who stayed months or years learned what worked. They overlapped roofing like shingles. They sealed cracks with mud, cloth, paper, pitch, or whatever could be found. They built communal walkways from boards through muddy areas. They dug drainage ditches. They placed cans under leaks and then later tried to fix the leaks, because the sound of dripping into a can all night could make sleep impossible. Improvement was slow because every piece had to be found, carried, and fitted by hand. But the impulse to improve never disappeared. That tells us something essential. People do not stop wanting their surroundings to be better, simply because society has decided they are poor. There were moments too when a shack could produce something close to satisfaction. Not happiness exactly, not comfort in the full sense, but the feeling that the wall now held, the roof now shed rain toward the back instead of the bedding. The stove drew smoke better than yesterday, the entrance no longer filled with mud. A person could step back and see that the shelter was still rough, still inadequate, still a sign of terrible loss, and also better than it had been that morning. That kind of satisfaction was practical and brief, but it mattered. It gave shape to days that might otherwise have been only waiting. Waiting for work, waiting for relief, waiting for eviction from the camp, waiting for the economy to change, waiting for a letter, waiting for a meal. Building interrupted waiting. Repair interrupted helplessness. Outsiders often looked at Hooverville shacks and saw only disorder. They saw ugliness, dirt, danger, evidence of social failure. Some of those concerns were real. The settlements could be unsafe, sanitation could be poor. Disease and fire were constant risks, but an outsider's glance often missed the intelligence inside the disorder. That piece of tin was angled that way because the rain came from the west. That crate was raised because rats got into it last week. That cloth was hung because a mother was trying to give her daughter a place to dress. That smoky hole in the roof was not carelessness, but an attempt at ventilation. That ugly patch of tar paper was the reason the baby's blanket stayed dry. A Hooverville shack was not pretty, but it was readable if you understood the problems it was trying to solve. And the problems never stopped. A home made from scrap required constant attention. Nails loosened, cardboard sagged, cloth rotted, tin rusted, wind shifted, children bumped into weak walls, dogs nosed at food storage, rain revealed new leaks. A person could not simply finish building and live there. The shack had to be maintained in the same way a fire has to be tended. Every day asked for some repair. Every repair asked for materials. Every material required searching, carrying, bargaining, or luck. This is one reason residents of Hoovervilles were not idle in the way hostile observers sometimes claimed. Even without paid employment, survival itself took work. Finding food took work. Finding water took work. Keeping warm took work. Keeping a shack upright took work. Poverty is often mistaken for inactivity by people who do not see the labour it demands. By evening, after a day of scavenging and building, the settlement changed in tone. The hammering slowed. Fires appeared. Smoke lifted in thin, uneven lines. People returned from looking for work, from relief offices, from dumps, from city streets where they had tried to sell apples or shine shoes or pick up a few coins. The shacks, for all their weakness, began to glow in small ways if a lamp, candle or fire was burning inside. A person walking through the paths might see silhouettes moving behind cloth walls, hear a cough, a child's voice, a skillet scraping, a man laughing too loudly at a joke, someone cursing at a leak, someone singing under their breath. The settlement did not become cosy. We should not soften it into something it was not. But it did become inhabited. That is different. A row of scrap structures at noon might look like wreckage. At night, with people inside them trying to cook, sleep, talk, wash, mend, argue, and keep warm, the same structures became evidence of life continuing under conditions that should have made continuation feel impossible. The phrase "made do" appears often when people talk about the Depression, and it is accurate as far as it goes, but it can sound too tidy. Making do in a Hooverville was not a quaint exercise in thrift. It was exhausting, repetitive, and often degrading. It meant using materials that cut your hands, sleeping under roofs that failed, cooking with smoke in your eyes, and calling a place home because there was no better word available. But it also meant knowledge. It meant adaptation. It meant the ability to look at a pile of discarded things and see not trash but a wall, a shelf, a stove, a patch, a handle, a latch. That ability deserves respect. Not romantic respect that pretends hardship was good for people, but plain respect for competence under pressure. Somewhere near the edge of the camp, a family that arrived with almost nothing now has a shelter that will last the night if the wind does not rise too hard. The roof is uneven. The walls do not meet properly. One corner is braced with a branch. A piece of cardboard blocks a gap near the ground. The door is only a board that can be pulled across the opening. Inside, the mother has placed the bedding away from the dampest patch of earth. The father has set a can near the entrance to catch water if the old leak starts again. A child has tucked a small object into a crack between boards, claiming the place in the only way a child can. It is not enough, and it is something. Those two truths sit side by side in every Hooverville shelter. Not enough to restore what was lost. Something because bodies need cover, families need a centre, and human beings will keep trying to make a home, even when the world hands them only scrap wood, tin, cardboard, and a little time before dark. When night came down over the settlement, the shacks did not remove fear, but they changed its shape. Fear outside in the open is wide and directionless. Fear inside a shelter has edges. You can sit with your back against a wall, even if the wall is thin. You can pull a blanket over a child, even if the blanket is worn. You can listen to rain on tin and hope the seams hold. The first shelter did not solve Hooverville life. It only made Hooverville life possible. Once the roof was patched and the bedding laid down, other questions moved forward immediately. Where will the water come from in the morning? What can be cooked? How far is the bread line? Who can be trusted nearby? What happens if the police come? What happens if someone gets sick? And perhaps most urgently, now that there is a place to sleep, what does an evening inside this place actually feel like when the city lights are visible in the distance and the people inside the shacks are trying to rest in homes made from everything the rest of America threw away? At sunset, a Hooverville did not become quiet all at once. It changed in layers. The first change was the light. During the day, the settlement could look almost flat under the sun, every patched roof and crooked wall exposed, every weakness visible. You could see the cardboard bulging where rain had softened it, the tar paper curling at the corners, the rust on flattened tins, the boards nailed together at angles that showed exactly how little material the builder had to work with. Daylight made the place look improvised, unfinished, and in some corners almost impossible to defend as a home. But when the sun dropped behind the city buildings, or behind the trees near a riverbank, or behind the steel frame of a bridge, the camp changed. The hard details blurred, the edges of shacks softened in the dimness. Smoke became easier to see than walls. A piece of tin caught the last light for a moment and then went dull. Footpath that had been plain during the day became narrow strips of darker earth. The whole settlement seemed to lower itself into evening, not peacefully, not comfortably, but with the tired movement of people who had reached the hour when there was no more time to fix what had gone wrong. That hour mattered. Even in the 1930s, when American cities were full of electric light, a Hooverville could sit just outside the reach of it. That is one of the strange contrasts of the Great Depression. A settlement might stand within sight of glowing office windows, theatre signs, streetcars, apartment lamps and storefronts. But the people in the shacks did not necessarily share in that brightness. Some camps were close enough to city light that the night was never completely black, but that did not mean the homes inside the camp were lit. A family might see electricity shining across the river and still have only a candle stub, a smoky lantern, a fire in a can, or nothing at all. If the shack stood near a railroad yard, sparks and lamps from passing trains might slide across the walls for a few seconds and vanish. If it stood under a bridge, headlights might move above like weather that belonged to someone else. If it stood on open ground, sunset could still bring a darkness that made every ordinary task harder. The fires appeared first. Not large fires, not the kind that belonged to a campground photograph or a cheerful picnic. These were small, controlled, anxious fires built from scrap wood, broken crate pieces, paper, bits of coal if anyone could find them, or whatever burned without being too valuable to burn. Some people used old metal drums, wash tubs, buckets, coffee cans, or sections of pipe to contain flames. Others dug shallow pits in the ground and circled them with stones or bricks. The goal was not atmosphere. The goal was heat enough to boil water, warm a pot, dry socks, and push back the evening cold. A fire in a Hooverville was both necessary and dangerous. The same flame that warmed a child's hands could send a spark into tar paper or canvas and destroy several shacks before anyone had enough water to stop it. People knew this, so they watched their fires carefully, especially where shelters stood close together. In a settlement made from dry wood, cardboard, cloth, and salvaged paper, fire was never just fire. It was help with teeth. The smell after sunset was one of the first things a visitor would have noticed, though visitors did not always have the patience or sympathy to understand what they were smelling. There was wood smoke, of course, but not the clean, pleasant smoke people today associate with fireplaces. Hooverville smoke came from mixed fuel. Broken crates, damp scraps, newspaper, coal chips, bark, and sometimes wood that had paint, oil, or dirt on it. The smoke could be sharp, greasy, bitter, or heavy enough to make the eyes water. There was also the smell of cooking when there was food to cook, beans if someone had them, potatoes, coffee boiled too many times, soup stretched thin, bread toasted near flame, a bit of fat heating in a pan. Sometimes the smell of a real meal came from one shack and made the hunger sharper in the next. Hunger travels through smell faster than through sight. A person who had managed not to think too much about supper could be undone by the scent of onions frying, or a can of stew warming, or coffee strong enough to suggest that someone still had a little money. Other smells were harder. Damp clothes, unwashed bodies, not from laziness but from lack of water, privacy, soap and heat. Mud, garbage, open drainage ditches where there were no toilets, no sewers, and no one officially responsible for sanitation. In some better organised settlements, residents dug latrines, built rules around waste, and tried to keep water sources separate from filth. In others, especially the more temporary camps, the problem became serious quickly. It is important to say this plainly, because any honest description of Hooverville life has to include it. These places could become dirty and unhealthy, not because the people living there did not understand cleanliness, but because cleanliness requires infrastructure. It requires water that can be reached safely, containers to carry it, fuel to heat it, soap to use with it, a place to dispose of waste, and enough space between households to keep one family's sickness from becoming everyone's sickness. Without those things, even careful people lost ground. As the light faded, the settlement grew louder in certain ways and quieter in others. During the day, people were often gone. Men looked for work, stood in relief lines, walked to employment offices, searched dumps, tried to sell apples, picked up day labour if any could be found, or rode freight trains out of one city toward another rumour. Women, if they were in the camp, carried water, cooked, washed, mended, watched children, searched for food, or went to charity offices where waiting could take hours. Children wandered, helped, attended school if they still could, or drifted through the day in that loose way children do when adults are too busy surviving to provide structure. But after sunset, more people came back. Feet sounded on paths. Voices gathered near fires. A man returning empty-handed did not need to say much for others to understand. A man returning with food drew attention whether he wanted it or not. A woman carrying a sack from a relief office might move quickly to her shelter, not from selfishness necessarily, but because in a hungry place every visible resource became complicated. Conversation in the evening often began with work. Not work in the past, though men did talk about what they used to do, but work as rumour. Someone heard a warehouse might need loaders in the morning. Someone said a road crew was taking men 2 miles out. Someone else said the line already started and there was no use going. A factory on the south side might reopen. A foreman at the docks might hire if you arrived before dawn. A farmer outside town needed hands, but only for food and a place in the barn. These rumours moved through Hoovervilles like weather. They gave men a reason to wake early. They also disappointed them over and over. In the evening, around fires, people compared what they had heard, who had been turned away, which relief office was kinder, which church served soup without too many questions, which police officer would let a man sleep where he was, and which one would swing a club at a blanket roll. Practical knowledge was one of the camp's currencies, and sunset was when it was exchanged. There was also talk that had nothing to do with survival, because people cannot speak only of hunger and work without wearing themselves down completely. Men told stories. Some were true, some improved by repetition. A railroad man might describe towns along the line. A veteran might talk about France or refuse to talk about it. A former clerk might remember office life with a careful bitterness. Someone would make a joke about Hoover, or bankers, or rich men, or the absurdity of calling a shack a residence. Laughter mattered, but it did not always mean cheer. Sometimes laughter was a way to keep anger from taking over. Sometimes it was a way of proving that a person had not been fully humiliated yet. In many Hoovervilles, political talk sharpened after dark. People argued about President Hoover, about relief, about capitalism, about unions, about whether Roosevelt would change anything once he came in, about whether charity helped or only made the shame more organised. These were not classroom debates. The men and women speaking had bodies in the argument. If relief was too slow, they felt it in their stomachs. If wages fell, they felt it in their shoes. If banks failed, they felt it in the absence of a home. A Hooverville after sunset had its own geography. The main paths were marked by use rather than design. People knew where the ground stayed driest, where broken glass lay, which shack belonged to a family, which one to a group of single men, where someone kept a dog, where the water was drawn, where the camp leader or most trusted resident could be found if a dispute broke out. Some larger Hoovervilles developed informal governments, with mayors, councils, rules, and assigned duties. Seattle's Hooverville, one of the most famous, became known for its degree of organisation, and for years residents created systems that made life there more stable than outsiders expected. But many settlements were less orderly. Some were small clusters that appeared quickly and could be cleared just as quickly. Others were mixed spaces of families, unattached men, migrants, and people passing through. After dark, the difference between an organised camp and a fragile one became obvious. In a stable settlement, people knew who belonged. In a fragile one, every movement in the dark could feel uncertain. For families, evening brought a different set of calculations. A mother wanted the children close before full dark, not because every camp was lawless, but because poverty compressed too many risks into too little space. There were cooking fires, sharp metal, open water, strangers, fights, sickness, rats, and roads or railroad tracks nearby. Children in a Hooverville learned boundaries that would sound strange in a normal neighbourhood. Do not go past the third shack. Do not touch the can near the fire. Do not ask that man for anything. Stay where I can see you. If someone calls, come straight back. If police come, stand beside me. These instructions were not dramatic. They were part of the evening routine, like washing hands would have been in a better house. Childhood did not vanish in these camps, but it was narrowed. A child still played, still laughed, still chased another child between shacks, still turned a piece of wire into a toy, but the edge of danger stayed closer. As darkness thickened, the interiors of shacks became their own small worlds. A family with a candle might light it only briefly because candles cost money, or had to be obtained through charity, trade, or salvage. A lantern needed kerosene, and kerosene also cost money. Many relied on firelight from outside or from a small stove if they had one. Inside, that light moved unevenly. It showed a face, then lost it. It caught the rim of a tin cup, the side of a bucket, the shape of a child curled under a coat. It made the walls seem even rougher, because shadows collected in every gap. In a proper house, darkness can be kept outside by lamps. In a Hooverville shack, darkness entered through cracks, roof seams, openings near the ground, and the thinness of the walls themselves. The family did not sit in total blackness, usually, but they sat in an incomplete light that required everyone to know where things were by memory and touch. The evening meal, if there was one, was usually simple. The Depression did not create a single diet for the poor, but certain foods appeared again and again because they were cheap, donated, filling, or could be stretched. Beans, potatoes, bread, cabbage, onions, rice, cornmeal, oatmeal, canned goods when available, soup from missions, scraps from markets, and coffee that might be weakened until it was mostly hot water with a memory of flavour. Some people cooked communally, especially single men who pooled resources. Families often guarded their food more closely, not out of coldness, but because children made sharing complicated. A mother might feed the youngest first. A father might say he had eaten earlier when he had not. Older children might notice and pretend not to. In a camp, there were few ways to hide hunger, but families still tried to preserve the old courtesies around it. A pot could be scraped quietly. A smaller portion could be explained as lack of appetite. The language of dignity remained even when the food did not. Water after sunset was a problem no one could ignore. If water had to be carried from a public tap, a nearby hydrant, a river, a pump, or a source outside the camp, families tried to bring enough before dark. Carrying water at night was harder and sometimes unsafe. A bucket was heavy. A path could be muddy. A woman alone might not want to go far after sunset. A child sent for water could spill it, lose the container, or meet trouble. So the evening included the checking of vessels if the family had any. A bucket near the entrance, a jug in the corner, a coffee can covered to keep dirt out. Water was not just for drinking. It was for cooking, washing a pan, wiping a child's face, cleaning a scrape, putting out a fire, or making coffee in the morning. When there was not enough, every use became a decision. This is one of the quietest and hardest parts of Hooverville life. So many normal acts became decisions. Should we use water to clean the bowl or save it for morning? Should we burn that piece of wood now or keep it for breakfast? Should the candle be lit for mending or should the whole wait? Poverty made ordinary life into arithmetic. The city around the Hooverville did not disappear after sunset. In fact, sometimes it became more noticeable. Streetlights came on, trains passed, automobiles moved along roads nearby. Music from a dance hall or radio in a better neighbourhood might drift faintly through the air. The smell of restaurant food could travel from blocks away if the wind was right. These reminders of the larger city could be painful. A Hooverville was usually close to abundance without being part of it. Goods moved through the railroad yards. Food sat behind shop windows. Offices had desks and telephones. Apartment buildings had radiators, lamps, and locked doors. A person in the camp could see or hear that world and know it was operating by rules that no longer included them. That nearness made the deprivation sharper. It is one thing to be poor in a remote place where everyone around you is also poor. It is another to be hungry within sight of electric signs advertising meals, cigarettes, films, hotels, or department store goods. Police presence varied from place to place, but the possibility of it shaped the evening mood. Some cities tolerated Hoovervilles for a time because there was nowhere else for people to go and removing them created another problem. Others cleared camps repeatedly, especially if property owners complained or if the settlement became too visible. Residents learned to listen for certain sounds, trucks, boots, official voices, the approach of men who were not coming to share a fire. A raid or clearing operation could happen in daylight, but night carried its own fears. Even without police, there was the possibility of theft, fights, drunkenness, illness, and accidents. The dark reduces everyone's confidence. A noise that would be easily explained at noon becomes larger at midnight. A cough from the next shack, a child crying, a man stumbling on a path, a dog barking, tin rattling in the wind. All of it entered the ear differently after sunset. Women often experienced Hooverville evenings with particular alertness. A man might sit by a fire and talk, though many men were exhausted and silent too. But women with children were rarely fully at rest. They checked bedding. They guarded food. They watched the entrance. They mended clothing if there was light enough. They tried to wash the smallest children with too little water. They settled arguments between siblings who were tired, hungry, cold, and overstimulated by the closeness of camp life. They listened for danger while pretending, for the children's sake, that the shelter was safe enough. Domestic work in a shack had no proper surfaces, no sink, no stove in many cases, no cupboard, no bedroom door, no private place to manage fear. A mother might sit just inside the doorway with her body positioned so she could see the fire, the children, and the path outside. That posture says more about the evening than any statistic can. Rest for her was interrupted before it began. For single men, the evening had another kind of weight. Many Hoovervilles contained men who had been moving for months or years, following work that appeared and vanished. Some were young, some middle-aged, some old before their time. A man alone after sunset could feel the absence of home differently from a family. There was no one to perform normal life with. No table to gather round, no child to hush, no wife or mother to ask whether he had eaten. He might join a group fire because a group made the evening shorter. He might sleep near others for safety. He might keep his belongings tied close because theft was always possible. He might talk about jobs, politics, weather or baseball, anything to avoid the plain fact that night had come and he had nowhere better to be. In the Depression, many men carried shame in silence, and silence around a campfire could become heavy. Not every man wanted to tell his story. Some had told it too many times, some had changed it, some had given up explaining how they got there. Illness became more noticeable at night. In daylight, a sick person might sit outside, move a little, cough into a sleeve, insist they were improving. After sunset, when the air cooled and the body lay down, coughing deepened. Tuberculosis was feared. Pneumonia was dangerous. Influenza, infected cuts, stomach sickness from bad food or contaminated water, lice and skin infections all found opportunity in crowded, underbuilt settlements. A family hearing a child's cough in a shack could not simply call a doctor. Medical care cost money, and public clinics or charity hospitals were not always reachable or welcoming. A mother might try steam if she could heat water. She might wrap the child tighter. She might ask a neighbour for aspirin, a remedy, a bit of camphor, a spoonful of something saved from better days. Night made illness feel larger because there was less to do. You listened. You waited for the breathing to ease. You told yourself morning would bring some option. That night did not. Weather could dominate everything. On a dry, mild evening, a Hooverville might almost function like an outdoor neighbourhood, with people gathered near fires, children moving between shacks, men talking, women finishing chores, the camp unpleasant but manageable. Rain changed it immediately. People retreated indoors or under the strongest roofs. Paths became slick. Fires smoked or went out. Leaks started. Bedding had to be shifted. Buckets were placed under drips. A person might spend the night sitting up because the only dry spot was too small to lie down in. Wind made walls rattle and turned loose tin into noise that could keep everyone awake. Cold brought people closer to fires, but fuel was limited. In winter, the difference between a tolerable shack and a deadly one could be a few scraps of insulation, a better stovepipe, a blanket that had stayed dry, or a neighbour willing to share embers. Still, not every moment after sunset was fear or misery. That would be untrue. There were ordinary human moments because ordinary human life does not stop in bad conditions. Someone sang. Someone played a harmonica. Someone told a story that made a child laugh. A man produced a deck of cards so worn the corners were soft. A woman combed her daughter's hair by the light of a fire. Two neighbours shared coffee. A boy showed another boy a marble he had found. Someone read aloud from a newspaper, especially when politics or relief news mattered. Men debated baseball scores if a paper had them. A family prayed. A couple argued in low voices and then stopped because everyone could hear. These were not charming details meant to make the camp seem better than it was. They are reminders that people do not become only their hardship. Even in a Hooverville, an evening could contain boredom, tenderness, irritation, humour, impatience, habit, and small comforts that would look like nothing to an outsider but mattered to those inside. The visual image of the settlement after dark depended on where you stood. From a distance it might look like scattered points of fire and low, black shapes against the city glow. From inside it was more complicated. The camp had zones of light and darkness. Around a communal fire, faces appeared close together, lined, tired, sometimes animated. A few steps away the path fell into shadow. A shack with a candle inside showed a dull amber patch at a crack or doorway. Tin roofs reflected stray light when a car passed. Smoke flattened under a bridge or drifted upward in open air. The settlement didn't have the steady lighting of a town. It flickered. That flickering-shaped behaviour. People moved carefully. They called out before approaching someone's shelter. They used memory to find their way. They learned which boards shifted underfoot and which puddles stayed after rain. The camp was not invisible in darkness, but it was incomplete to the eye. And somewhere beyond it, the city kept its own evening schedule. Office workers who still had jobs went home. Diners closed. Streetcars ran. Movie theatres filled with people paying a few cents to forget their own worries for a while. Families in apartments argued over bills, but behind walls that held. A child in a rented room complained about bedtime without knowing that another child nearby was lying awake under a roof made from an advertisement sign. This contrast is not meant to accuse every person outside the camp of cruelty. Many were struggling. Many gave what they could. Many feared falling into the same condition. But the contrast existed, and people in Hoovervilles knew it existed. They were not living in another century or another country. They were living beside modern America, within view of it, separated less by distance than by money, luck, policy, and timing. As the evening deepened, the camp slowly withdrew into itself. Fires burned lower because fuel had to last. Conversations thinned. Children were pulled under blankets or coats. Men settled on bunks, boards, straw, or bare ground. Dogs circled and lay down. Someone made a final trip to relieve themselves at the edge of camp. Someone checked a roof patch. Someone moved a pot so rats would not get it. Someone coughed and spat outside. Someone whispered that tomorrow they would try the docks, the rail yard, the road crew, the relief office again. The word tomorrow carried a heavy load in Hooverville life. It had to hold the possibility of work, food, dry weather, a letter, a change in luck, or at least no new disaster. Without tomorrow, night would have been too hard to enter. Inside one shack, a family lies close because closeness is warmth. The roof above them is patched with tin and tar paper. The wall near the mother's shoulder is cold enough that she can feel the air coming through. The father is awake longer than he pretends to be. He's thinking about where to go in the morning, which streets to try, whether to stand in line before dawn, whether his shoes will hold another day. The mother is listening to the children breathe and to the camp beyond the wall. One child sleeps quickly from exhaustion. Another stays awake, watching the faint glow where the doorway does not close. Outside, a fire collapses into coals. Farther away a train horn sounds, and for a moment everyone who hears it is reminded of movement, of distance, of the possibility that somewhere else might be better, though thousands had already discovered that somewhere else was often only another place with the same hunger. This was what a Hooverville looked like after sunset. Not only shacks in darkness, not only smoke and poverty, but a settlement of people trying to make the night pass safely. The darkness did not erase the camp. It revealed its routines. It showed who had fuel, who had food, who was sick, who was alone, who had neighbours, who had children, who had enough strength left to talk, and who had gone quiet. It showed the small lights people made because they could not command the larger ones. It showed homes that were not truly homes holding families that were still truly families. And when the first deep part of night settled in, after the fires lowered and the voices faded, the people most concerned with being unseen during the day had to face the fact that in a Hooverville, privacy was one of the first things poverty took away. For families especially, surviving the camp meant learning how to live in public while pretending, as much as possible, that some part of home still belonged only to them. For a family in a Hooverville, being seen was complicated. They needed to be visible enough to receive help, to hear about work, to know when food was being given out, to be counted if relief finally reached the camp. But they also wanted to disappear. Not vanish from life, not disappear from one another, but disappear from the eyes that judged them, the eyes of former neighbours, the eyes of city officials, the eyes of people walking past in decent coats, who glanced at the shacks and then looked away too quickly. The eyes of children from school who might recognise a classmate carrying water in a bucket. The eyes of charity workers who asked questions in a tone that made hunger feel like a confession. The eyes of police officers who saw a family not as a mother, father, and children trying to survive, but as a problem that had gathered on land where it did not belong. This is one of the hard things to understand about Hooverville life from a distance. The people living there were exposed in almost every practical sense, and yet much of their energy went into hiding. The hiding began before anyone reached the camp. A mother might avoid certain streets if she knew women from church would be there. A father might leave early to search for work so the children would not see him return defeated again in the afternoon. A family might wait until dusk to move belongings, because carrying bedding and pots through daylight made their situation too public. Even after they built a shack, they might tell relatives they were staying with friends or had found a temporary place. They might give a false address or no address at all. Pride was not foolishness. Pride was one of the few possessions poverty could not automatically seize. People protected it because without it the rest of the fall became harder to bear. Inside the settlement, families learned how to arrange their lives so that less was visible. A woman might hang a piece of cloth across the doorway, even if it did little against wind, because it created one small barrier between the family and the path outside. A man might build the sleeping area toward the back, away from the opening, so that passers-by could not see the children under blankets. Clothing was washed early or late, not always because of the weather, but because hanging ragged shirts and patched underwear in full view felt humiliating. Food was cooked close to the ground, partly because fires had to be controlled, but also because a pot attracted attention. If there was enough to eat, you did not necessarily want everyone to know. If there was not enough, you did not want everyone to see that either. This need for invisibility shaped the whole rhythm of family life. Single men in Hoovervilles might gather around fires, trade stories, argue politics, and present themselves openly as unemployed men among other unemployed men. Families often had a different posture. They withdrew, not always and not completely, but enough that you can sense the pressure. A family carried the old expectation of respectability into a place that made respectability almost impossible to perform. Parents still wanted children to be clean. They still wanted them to speak politely. They still wanted girls to have privacy and boys to show discipline. They still wanted meals, however thin, to resemble meals. But every part of that effort happened in public or near public conditions, where neighbours could hear crying, arguments, sickness, hunger and embarrassment through walls that barely deserved the name. Imagine a mother waking before sunrise in a shack where 5 people have slept too close together under blankets that smell faintly of smoke and damp cloth. She wakes early not because she's rested, but because early morning is one of the only times the camp feels a little less watched. The children are still asleep. The men who will search for work have not yet begun moving. The path outside is quiet. This is when she might try to wash. Not wash properly, not bathe in the way we mean it, but clean the face, neck, hands, and perhaps the children's most visible skin before the day begins. Water is limited. Soap may be gone or saved for clothing. A basin, if she has one, sits on the dirt floor or on a crate. She has to decide how much water can be spared before breakfast, if there is breakfast. She wipes the youngest child first, because small children show neglect quickly. She smooths hair with wet fingers. She rubs at a stain on a sleeve, knowing it will not come out. She checks for lice because crowded poverty gives lice every advantage. She does all of this quietly because keeping children presentable in a Hooverville was not just about cleanliness. It was a defense against judgment. School made this even more difficult. Some Hooverville children still attended school, especially in cities where the camp stood near existing neighbourhoods. For those children, every morning involved crossing a border between 2 worlds. In the shack, everyone knew the truth. In the classroom, the child might try to hide it. They might brush dust from their shoes before entering. They might avoid talking about where they lived. They might dread the question that ordinary children ask without mercy. Where is your house? A child who had once invited friends home now learned to walk a different route after school so no one followed. Teachers sometimes knew. Some were kind, some arranged food, clothing, or quiet help. Others were impatient, suspicious, or overwhelmed by too many hungry children in too many rooms. A child could be marked by smell before they said a word. Smoke from a shack clung to clothing. Damp bedding left its own odour. Shoes worn through at the sole changed the way a child walked. Poverty announced itself no matter how carefully the family tried to silence it. Parents knew this, and it hurt them. It is one thing for an adult to bear shame. It is another to see it attach itself to a child. A mother might spend precious minutes mending a cuff, not because the cuff mattered much by itself, but because she knew how other children noticed. A father might save a coin for shoe repair instead of food, and then wonder all night if he had chosen wrong. The family might keep one set of clothing as clean as possible for school or church or visits to a relief office. That clothing became a kind of costume for contact with the outside world. It said, "We are not what you think when you look at where we live. We are orderly. We are trying. We know the rules. Please do not mistake our circumstances for our character." For women and girls, invisibility had another meaning. Privacy for dressing, washing, menstruation, childbirth, nursing infants, or simply resting without being watched was very hard to maintain. A shack with one room and thin walls could not protect much. A cloth partition might be made from a blanket, old dress, feed sack, or piece of canvas, and that partition might be treated with great seriousness by everyone inside. The smallest child might be told not to pull it aside. Boys might be ordered outside. A father might turn away with an exaggerated focus on some repair. These gestures seemed small, but they mattered. They preserved a line between family life and camp life. They reminded everyone that the people inside the shack still had boundaries. Adolescent girls in particular carried a heavy burden in these settlements. They were old enough to understand being looked at, old enough to feel the loss of privacy, old enough to know that living among desperate strangers could be dangerous, and still young enough to need protection. Mothers watched them closely. Fathers did too, sometimes with tenderness, sometimes with fear that came out as strictness. A girl might be told not to linger near the communal fire, not to fetch water alone, not to answer certain men, not to go beyond the edge of the camp after dark. These rules could feel suffocating, but they came from real concerns. Most people in Hoovervilles were not predators, and poverty should never be treated as if it automatically makes people dangerous. But crowded hardship increases vulnerability, and parents understood that. They had lost enough already. They did not want the camp to take innocence, safety, or reputation as well. There were also families who tried to remain invisible from officials. Relief systems in the early 1930s could be humiliating and inconsistent. To receive help, people often had to prove need, answer personal questions, submit to investigation, or accept moral judgment along with food. Some local relief agencies wanted to know whether a man had truly searched for work, whether a woman kept a proper household, whether there were relatives who should be helping, whether the family was considered deserving. That word, deserving, hovered over depression relief like a shadow. It divided hunger into categories. A widow with children might be seen differently from a man who had ridden freight trains. A white family might be treated more sympathetically than a black family or a Mexican-American family, facing discrimination in both work and relief. A family that looked tidy might receive more kindness than one whose clothing had already been ruined by months outdoors. People learned how to present themselves because presentation could affect whether food arrived. A father going to a relief office might shave first if he had a razor and water, not because shaving changed his hunger, but because an unshaven face could be read as laziness by someone behind a desk. A mother might bring children with her, or might not, depending on whether she believed their presence would soften the worker or expose the family to shame. Some relief workers were compassionate and worked under impossible conditions. Others treated applicants as nuisances or moral failures. The person asking for help had to stand there and accept the possibility of either. That uncertainty made many families delay seeking relief until they were in real danger. They did not want to be known that way. They did not want their names in a ledger of need. In the camp itself, families sometimes hid from other residents too, but the hiding was never complete. Hunger is difficult to hide in a child. So is sickness. So is a quarrel between parents. Walls made of cratewood and tin carry sound. A mother telling a child there is no more food can be heard by the next shack. A father and mother arguing about whether he should leave town to look for work can be heard by a man outside pretending not to listen. A baby crying at night becomes everyone's sound. A cough becomes everyone's worry. This constant nearness could create sympathy, and often did. A neighbour might bring a little soup. Someone might share coal, watch a child, lend a needle, or help patch a roof. But nearness could also create resentment. If one family received food and another did not, eyes followed the pot. If one child cried for hours, tired neighbours grew angry. If one father drank, everyone nearby lived with the noise. Privacy protects people not only from judgment, but from the everyday friction of being human too close to one another. Hoovervilles offered very little of that protection. The effort to stay invisible did not mean families wanted to be isolated. That is an important distinction. Many wanted community, but they wanted a community that did not strip them bare. They wanted help without exposure. They wanted neighbours without surveillance. They wanted their children to play without becoming objects of pity. In some settlements, families created small circles of trust. Two mothers might take turns watching children while the other stood in line for food. A man with carpentry skills might repair several shelters in exchange for meals, or simply because he could not ignore a leaking roof where children slept. A widow might cook with another family to save fuel. These arrangements were practical, but they were also emotional. They gave people a way to be seen by those who understood, instead of by those who judged. There is a quiet difference between being seen by a neighbour who knows your hardship because she shares it, and being seen by a passerby who turns your hardship into a lesson about failure. Families in Hoovervilles understood that difference instinctively. A woman might accept a borrowed blanket from another mother and feel gratitude without humiliation, because both knew the terms of the world they were living in. The same woman might refuse a donation from a stranger if it came with a lecture, a look, or too much pity. Pride did not disappear just because need became severe. In fact, need often made pride more sensitive. When you have very little, the manner in which help is offered can become almost as important as the help itself. Sundays were especially revealing. Many families who had once attended church tried to continue if clothing and distance allowed. Church could provide food, contacts, and spiritual comfort, but it was also a public stage where poverty was visible. A mother might decide that the children were not clean enough to go. A father might refuse because he could not bear standing among men who still had jobs. Another family might go precisely because staying away would feel like surrender. They would wash as best they could, brush hair, patch clothing, and walk from the camp into a world of pews, hymnals, polished shoes, and people who might try not to stare. At church, they could be welcomed, pitied, avoided, or quietly helped. Any of those outcomes could hurt in its own way. The family wanted to belong to the old world, but the old world now saw them through the fact of their need. Relatives could be another source of both refuge and shame. A family in a Hooverville might have kin in the same city, but those kin could be too poor to help, unwilling to help, or exhausted from helping already. Letters to relatives were written carefully. No one wanted to say everything. A man might write, "We are managing," when managing meant sleeping under tin. A woman might ask whether there was any work in a cousin's town without admitting that the children were hungry. Sometimes relatives sent a few dollars, clothing, or an invitation to come. Sometimes they did not reply. Silence from family carries a special kind of pain during hardship. It is not always cruelty. Sometimes the silence comes from lack of means, from fear, from shame on the other side. but to the person waiting, it can feel like being erased. Some families tried to hide even from themselves, at least for a while. They avoided naming the camp as home. They called it temporary. They said, until work comes, until the check arrives, until your uncle writes, until spring, until Roosevelt does something, until things pick up. These phrases were necessary. They gave the mind a way to survive a condition it could not yet accept as lasting. But children notice when temporary becomes routine. They notice when the path to the water source becomes familiar. They notice when their mother knows which shack has a baby, which man sings, which woman has extra thread, which corner floods after rain. They notice when a place the adults refuse to call home begins to function as home anyway. There were families who managed to leave before the camp fully marked them. A job came through, a relative made room, a relief program provided housing, a church intervened, or luck shifted just enough. For others, Hooverville life stretched on until the family adapted in ways that would have seemed unthinkable at first. The children knew the paths, the mother knew the relief schedule, the father knew which streets to search and which foremen were not worth asking. The shack acquired repairs, then additions, then habits. A shelf appeared. A tin cup always hung in the same place. A child's drawing was tucked against a wall. The family still wanted invisibility, but routine made them known. In a settlement, anonymity fades. People learn who fights, who shares, who lies, who works, who drinks, who is sick, who keeps children clean, who has tools, who can read official notices, who needs help but will not ask. The camp becomes a community partly because no one can remain completely hidden. Race and ethnicity shaped invisibility in hard ways. Black families, already pushed into the worst jobs and poorest housing before the Depression, often faced exclusion from relief or discrimination in camps and shelters. Mexican and Mexican-American families in the Southwest and other regions lived under the added threat of repatriation campaigns, when hundreds of thousands of people of Mexican descent, many of them US citizens, were pressured or forced to leave the country during the Depression years. For these families, being visible to authorities could be dangerous in a different way. Visibility might mean not only shame, but removal. Immigrant families who spoke limited English, or who were viewed as outsiders, had to measure every request for help against the risk of being targeted. The Hooverville did not erase America's racial and ethnic hierarchies. It often reproduced them under worse conditions. Even in shared poverty, people did not suffer equally. Still, the family as a unit had one powerful advantage in the camp. It gave its members a reason to continue performing normal life. A man alone might let himself sink into the day because no one was watching with love. A family man could not do that as easily. Children required breakfast or an explanation for the lack of it. They required warmth, even if warmth was impossible. They required stories, rules, comfort, discipline, and some version of tomorrow. A mother with children could not surrender to despair in the same visible way, because the children would absorb it. This does not mean parents were endlessly strong. They broke down, they snapped, they wept when children slept. They sat outside in the dark with their heads in their hands. But the presence of family created a structure around despair. There were tasks to do, a baby to change, a boy to scold, a girl's hair to braid, a pot to wash, a roof to check. These tasks could feel like burdens, and they were, but they also kept time moving. One of the most revealing things about families in Hoovervilles is how strongly they try to preserve manners. Manners may seem like a luxury when people are hungry, but they become a way of saying that hardship has not dissolved the household. Children were told not to beg too openly, not to grab, not to use rough language, not to stare at others eating, not to wander into another shelter without permission. A mother might insist on grace before a meal so small it barely deserved the name. A father might correct a child's posture at a relief table because the old rules of respectability still lived in him. These corrections could sound harsh, but often they came from fear. Parents knew the world judged poor children quickly. A child who looked unruly could confirm every cruel assumption outsiders already held. Manners were armour, thin armour perhaps, but armour all the same. There were moments when the effort to remain invisible failed completely. A child fainted at school, a mother had to ask publicly for milk, a father was arrested for vagrancy or for sleeping where he was not allowed. A shack caught fire, drawing officials, reporters and curious onlookers. Disease spread. A relief worker visited and saw the interior the family had tried to keep private. These moments could feel like a second eviction, not from a building this time, but from the last protected space of dignity. Once outsiders entered the shack, they saw everything. The bedding, the food, the dirt, the patched clothing, the child's cough, the mother's exhaustion, the father's silence. Some came to help, some came to document, some came to remove. The family could not always know which until it was too late. Newspapers played a role in this visibility. Photographers captured shacks, barefoot children, men around fires, women holding babies, and the images travelled far beyond the camps. These photographs were important. They forced some Americans to look at suffering that might otherwise have remained hidden. But being photographed was not always a kindness to the person in the image. A child's hunger became public evidence. A mother's shelter became an illustration. A father's failure, as he might have understood it, became a newspaper scene. We rely on those images now to remember the depression, but we should remember that the people in them were not posing as symbols. They were living through a day. As evening returned, the families who had spent daylight trying not to be noticed gathered themselves again inside the boundaries of their shacks. The cloth came down over the doorway. The pot was moved closer to the fire. The children were called in. If father counted what little money he had or emptied his pockets without needing to count. A mother checked whether there was enough bread for morning. The family might speak softly, partly from tiredness and partly because sound carried. Outside, the camp continued around them. Voices, smoke, footsteps, coughing, a dog moving through trash, the distant city alive with people who had addresses. Inside, the family practiced being private in a place built to deny privacy. They lowered their voices. They turned their bodies away from the doorway. They made a wall out of habit when the actual wall was too thin. And in that effort there was something deeply human. Not noble in a decorative way, not simple, not sentimental, but human. The family wanted what families usually want: to be safe, to be fed, to be left alone when they needed to be left alone, to be helped without being reduced, to keep children from learning too quickly how hard the world could be, to hold on to names, routines, manners, jokes, prayers and small possessions that proved they were more than residents of a shack town named in anger after a president. They wanted to survive without becoming a spectacle, but invisibility could not fill a stomach. It could not put soles back on shoes or coal in a stove or milk in a child's cup. However carefully a family hid its need, morning always returned with the same practical demands. Someone had to find food, someone had to stand in line, someone had to walk farther than their strength wanted to go, following rumours of work or charity or a meal served from a church basement. The family could preserve dignity inside the shack for a few hours after dark, but daylight pulled them outward again, toward bread lines, relief offices, soup kitchens, markets, rail yards, and the long, humiliating search for enough to get through another day. Morning in a Hooverville did not begin with an alarm clock. It began with cold, stiffness, coughing, footsteps outside, and the first practical question that entered a person's mind before they were fully awake: what is there to eat today? Not what would taste good, not what could be made if someone had time, not what the children might prefer, but what exists. What can be found, stretched, traded, boiled, carried back, or stood in line for. Hunger was not a dramatic event that arrived suddenly and announced itself. It settled into the body slowly. It changed the way people moved. It changed the way adults spoke around children. It changed the meaning of time. A day with food had a different shape from a day without it, and in a Hooverville the shape of the day was often decided before sunrise by whether anyone had bread left, whether there were beans in a sack, whether a soup kitchen was serving, whether a relief office still had vouchers, and whether a man could walk 10 miles looking for work on coffee and nothing else. The first meal, if there was one, was usually small. Coffee was common when people could get it, though in many households and shacks the word coffee meant something weak, reused, and more about warmth than nourishment. Grounds might be boiled again and again until the water darkened just enough to pretend. Bread could be stale, hard, or saved from the day before with strict attention. A mother might cut pieces thinner than she wanted to. A father might take the smallest piece and say he was not hungry yet, because a man planning to search for work could tell himself he would eat later if work appeared. Children were harder to deceive. They might accept excuses once or twice, but hunger makes children observant. They notice who takes food and who does not. They notice when a mother drinks hot water and calls it breakfast. They notice when a father leaves early so no one sees him skip the meal entirely. There is a specific kind of silence that belongs to hungry families in the morning. It is not peaceful. It is careful. Everyone understands that the day is beginning with too little, and because no one wants to make that fact heavier, words become practical. Put on your shoes, bring the bucket, stay near your sister, do not lose the ticket, wait for me by the road. If the family still had some food, it was guarded with planning. If they had none, the day became a search. The children might be sent to school if school was still part of their lives, partly for learning, partly because some schools and charitable groups found ways to provide food, though this depended greatly on the place and the year. A mother might go to a church, a relief office, a mission, a market at closing time, or another woman in the camp who knew where something might be available. A father, if he was physically able, began the long walk for work. That walk deserves more attention than it usually gets. We speak of unemployment as if it meant staying still, as if a person without a job simply waited. In the Great Depression, unemployment often meant walking until your feet hurt, waiting until your pride hurt, and then walking again. A man might leave a Hooverville before full light because foremen chose workers early. He might walk to the docks, the rail yard, a construction site, a warehouse district, a factory gate, a road project, a market, a municipal office, any place where labour might be needed for a few hours. He knew other men were going too. That knowledge pushed him out earlier. If work began at 7, the line might start at 5. If the foreman needed 20 men, 200 might appear. Some men stood in place for hours only to be told no. Some were rejected because they were too old, too weak, too poorly dressed, the wrong race, the wrong ethnicity, or simply because the man beside them had arrived first. Imagine the body of someone doing this day after day. Shoes wearing thin, socks damp, stomach empty, a coat not warm enough before dawn and too heavy by afternoon. No money for streetcar fare, or the fare saved for an emergency. A man walking through a city that still had advertisements in windows and restaurant smells in the air, trying to look employable while his clothes showed weeks or months of hardship. That was one of the small cruelties of searching for work during the Depression. To get hired, a person needed to look strong, clean, steady, and respectable. Unemployment made all of those harder to maintain. A torn cuff, unshaved face, worn shoes, or hollow cheeks could be read by employers as signs of unreliability, when they were often only signs of poverty. The longer a man needed work, the less he looked like the man someone wanted to hire. Men carried rumours the way earlier generations carried maps. A rumour could start at a soup kitchen, move through a bread line, reach the camp by evening, and send dozens of men out before dawn. They're hiring at the cannery. There's work unloading freight. A road crew needs men outside town. The city is taking applications. The railroad needs track labour. Sometimes the rumour was true and still useless because the jobs were gone by the time most men arrived. Sometimes it was old information repeated because people needed something to repeat. Sometimes it was a deliberate lie, told by someone cruel or confused or desperate to feel important. Still, men followed rumours because doing nothing felt worse. Hope in the Depression was often not a bright feeling. It was a task. You got up, tied your shoes and followed the next possibility because the alternative was sitting in a shack while your family watched you not leave. Bread lines became one of the most visible images of the era, and for good reason. They turned private hunger into public order. People stood in rows that could stretch down city blocks, waiting for bread, soup, coffee, stew, or whatever a mission, church, private charity, municipal kitchen or relief organisation could provide. The line itself had rules, spoken or unspoken. You did not cut. You did not complain too loudly unless everyone was complaining. You kept your place. You watched the people ahead of you and tried to estimate whether the food would last. That estimate could become almost unbearable. If the pot looked low and the line remained long, each minute sharpened the fear that you would reach the front just after the last portion was served. A man might spend 2 hours in line and receive a cup of soup too thin to satisfy him, yet still be grateful because it was hot. Another might reach the door and be told there was nothing left. There are few disappointments more physical than expecting food and not receiving it. Bread lines were often male spaces, especially in the public memory, but hunger was not divided so neatly. Women stood in lines too. Mothers stood with children. Elderly people stood. Young men stood beside older men who had worked for decades and now looked stunned by their own need. A bread line could contain former office workers, labourers, veterans, immigrants, black workers pushed out of jobs first and rehired last, white workers ashamed to be seen there, boys pretending to be older, and men who'd been on the road so long that the line was simply another stop. The line equalised people in one way and exposed inequality in another. Everyone in it was hungry or close enough to hunger to wait, but not everyone was treated the same once they reached the front. Race, language, gender, local residency, reputation, and the opinion of the person serving food could all matter. For families in Hoovervilles, the bread line posed a difficult question. Who goes? If the father went, he might miss a chance at work somewhere else. If the mother went, she might have to take children or leave them in camp. If an older child went, the family risked exposing the child to humiliation or danger, but sometimes older children were the ones with the time and energy to wait. A child standing in a relief line learned lessons no child should have to learn so early. They learned that adults could measure food with a ladle and decide how much need fit into a bowl. They learned that some people looked at poor children with softness, others with irritation. They learned to hold containers carefully, to bring back everything, to ignore comments, to move quickly if the line became rough. They learned that hunger was not only in the stomach. It was in the face, in posture, in the way a person asked for what they could not buy. Soup kitchens varied widely. Some were clean, organised, and run by people who did their best under impossible pressure. Others were crowded, rushed, and humiliating. A meal might be served in a church basement, a mission hall, a municipal building, a storefront, or outdoors from large pots. The food was often simple: soup, bread, beans, oatmeal, coffee, sometimes stew, sometimes potatoes. The goal was calories and warmth, not pleasure. But pleasure still appeared in small ways. A hot bowl in cold weather could quiet a body for an hour. Fresh bread, when there was any, could feel almost extravagant. Coffee, even bad coffee, gave people something to hold in both hands. A man who had walked all morning might sit on a bench and feel his shoulders drop for the first time that day. The meal might not be enough, but it interrupted hunger. Sometimes interruption was all charity could offer. There were also apple sellers, a symbol of the urban depression that carried its own sadness. In several cities, unemployed men were allowed or encouraged to sell apples on street corners, buying them at low cost and selling them for a few cents each. The arrangement gave men a way to earn something without calling it begging. That distinction mattered. A man could stand beside a crate of apples and still say he was working. He was selling. He had a product. He was not simply holding out a hand. But the work was uncertain, exposed, and often bitterly cold. People passing by might buy an apple out of kindness, hunger, convenience, or pity. Some men hated the pity more than the cold. Others accepted it because coins mattered more than pride by the end of the day. A few cents could buy bread. A few more could buy coffee, coal, or a newspaper with job listings that might already be useless by the time it was printed. The search for work and the search for food often competed with each other. This is a detail that can be missed if we imagine the poor simply receiving relief. Relief took time. Standing in line took hours. Applying for aid took hours. Walking between offices took hours. Looking for work took hours. A person could not do all of it at once. If a man stood in a bread line until noon, he missed the morning hiring. If he searched for work all day and failed, he might return too late for food distribution. If a woman spent the morning at a relief office, she might lose the chance to collect discarded vegetables from a market. Poverty made time expensive. Every choice had an opportunity cost, though no one in the camp would have used that phrase while deciding whether to chase a job rumour or wait for a meal. Relief offices introduced another layer of strain. Before federal relief expanded under the New Deal, much assistance was local, private, or patchwork. Applicants might need to prove residence, family size, unemployment, moral character, or lack of other support. They could be questioned about spending, relatives, habits, and whether the man of the household had refused work. Some officials were compassionate. Others believed strongly in separating the deserving poor from the undeserving. That idea had deep roots in American charity, and during the Depression it caused real harm. People who needed food had to perform worthiness. They had to show they were humble but not lazy, desperate but not disorderly, poor but still respectable. A mother might dress children carefully before going to ask for flour because neatness could influence judgment. A father might understate his need because admitting the full truth felt degrading. A relief worker might look around a shack and decide whether the family was living properly, as if proper living could be maintained without walls, water, or enough food. For black families and other marginalised communities, these systems were often even harder. Black workers had been confined to the most insecure and lowest paid jobs before the crash. And when jobs vanished, discrimination deepened. Relief could be segregated, unequal, or administered in ways that favoured white applicants. Mexican and Mexican-American families faced not only unemployment and hunger, but campaigns of removal and repatriation in many areas, making contact with authorities risky. Immigrants who spoke limited English could be misunderstood, dismissed, or exploited. Hunger may feel the same in the body, but access to food was shaped by race, citizenship, language, and local prejudice. A Hooverville could gather many kinds of poverty, but American inequality did not stop at its edges. Inside the camp, food was watched. That does not mean everyone was selfish. Many people shared when they could, and some acts of generosity in Hoovervilles were remarkable precisely because the giver had so little. A neighbour might bring a cup of beans to a sick child. A man who found day work might return with bread and split it with the person who had told him where to go. Women might combine ingredients into a communal pot because one potato, one onion, and a handful of beans became more useful together than separately. But scarcity placed pressure on every generous impulse. Sharing food could save one person and endanger your own children. Not sharing could preserve your family and leave you ashamed. These were not simple moral tests. They were daily realities created by too little food among too many people. Markets and garbage areas became part of the food system for the poor. At closing time, people might look for damaged produce, stale bread, bruised fruit, broken crates with edible scraps, or anything a seller was willing to give away rather than throw out. Some merchants helped quietly. Others chased people away. Dumps were searched for materials and sometimes food, though that carried obvious risks. A potato with rot on one side could be cut and cooked. Bread with mould could be trimmed if the mould had not gone too far. Bones could be boiled. Grease could be saved. Flour, cornmeal, beans and potatoes were valued because they stretched. Milk was precious, especially for children, and often hard to obtain. Meat was rare for many families unless it came through charity, hunting, odd jobs or scraps. Hunger made people practical in ways that could look harsh from the outside. Food was judged by whether it could be made safe enough, filling enough, and shareable enough. Mothers became experts in stretching. They stretched soup with water, bread with gravy, oatmeal with more water, beans across 2 meals, coffee beyond any reasonable strength, and children's patience beyond what any child should have had to give. A pot on a Hooverville fire might contain almost nothing at first and still become supper through persistence. A few beans, a potato, an onion end, a scrap of fat, salt if there was any, water, heat, and time. The result might be thin, but warmth and volume mattered. A child with a bowl in hand was easier to comfort than a child with nothing. Women often ate last in these situations, not because anyone officially required it, but because mothers everywhere have a way of making themselves the margin. They took what remained, claimed they had eaten earlier, or said the food was too hot and waited until everyone else finished. This sacrifice was common enough to be ordinary, and damaging enough to be remembered. Men experienced hunger through the search for strength. A body needs food to work, but work was needed to get food. That circular cruelty defined many depression days. A man might finally be offered a few hours of labour unloading freight or digging, only to realise his body was weaker than he wanted to admit. The job might pay little, perhaps only enough for one day's food, and there might be no work tomorrow. Day labour had its own humiliation. Men gathered where labour contractors appeared, waiting to be chosen like tools. Age mattered, strength mattered, race mattered, luck mattered. A man who was not picked could stand there as others walked away with the day's wages, feeling both anger and envy. The ones chosen were not secure either. Temporary work could injure a person, cheat a person, or end before the promised pay appeared. The walk back to the Hooverville after failing to find work may have been one of the heaviest parts of the day. Leaving in the morning contained possibility. Returning empty-handed required facing witnesses. The family did not need a full report. They could see the answer. A father might delay his return, not because he had anywhere better to go, but because walking the streets a little longer postponed the moment when his wife looked up and knew. He might bring small things to soften the failure: a newspaper, a broken crate board for the roof, a handful of coal found near tracks, a bruised apple, a rumour for tomorrow. These offerings mattered. They said the day had not produced wages, but it had not produced nothing. In hard times, even a useful scrap could be a way of apologising without saying the words. Hunger also shaped relationships between adults. Couples argued over money that did not exist. A wife might press a husband to go to a relief office he found humiliating. A husband might insist on searching for work instead of standing in line for food because work preserved his identity. Both could be right and both could be wrong. The children needed food today. The household also needed the possibility of wages tomorrow. A mother might resent a father who came back with no work, then feel guilty because she knew he had tried. A father might resent needing charity, then feel guilty because pride did not feed children. These tensions did not mean families lacked love. They meant love was being forced to operate under conditions that strained every ordinary kindness. For children, hunger changed play. A hungry child is not always quiet and weak. Sometimes hunger makes children irritable, restless, sharp with siblings, quick to cry, quick to steal, quick to dream aloud about food. They might talk about meals they remembered, which could comfort or torment the adults listening. They might invent games around pretend stores or pretend kitchens, using stones for potatoes and bottle caps for coins. They might follow older children to places where food could be found. Some begged, some stole. Some were sent to ask because adults believed people were more likely to give to a child. That is a desperate calculation, and many parents hated making it. Sending a child into public need was painful. Not sending the child could mean no food. Schools sometimes became places where hunger showed openly. Teachers noticed children who could not concentrate, who fell asleep, who guarded lunch if they had it, who stared at another child's food. Some teachers paid for food themselves or worked with local charities. Others had too many hungry students and too little help. A child from a Hooverville might dread school and need it at the same time. It could provide warmth, structure, and perhaps food, but it also exposed clothing, smell, fatigue, and the difference between children who still had homes and children who had shelters. Hunger made learning harder. It also made pride harder. A child offered food publicly might feel gratitude and shame in the same moment. By late afternoon, the camp began collecting the results of the day. Someone returned with bread. Someone returned with nothing. Someone had been promised work tomorrow. Someone had been told to come back next week, which often meant never. Someone had received a relief voucher. Someone had been denied because they had not lived in the city long enough. Someone had a sack of vegetables from a market. Someone had news of a soup kitchen serving that evening. These reports moved quickly because hunger listened closely. A family might decide to send one person out again before dark. A group of men might plan to try a hiring place before dawn. A mother might borrow a cup of meal and promise repayment without knowing when repayment would be possible. The camp became a place where information, food, and hope were constantly redistributed, never evenly, never enough. Evening meals in Hoovervilles often carried the exhaustion of the entire day. The food was rarely adequate, but the act of cooking gave structure. A fire was made, a pot was placed, children gathered, adults moved with the tired efficiency of people who knew exactly how little there was to waste. If there was bread, it was divided. If there was soup, it was ladled carefully. If there was only coffee, it was drunk slowly. The meal might be quiet because hunger had already used up the day's words, or it might be talkative if someone had a promising lead or a story from the work search. A man who had earned wages, even small wages, sat differently. A woman with food for the next morning slept differently. A child who ate enough to stop asking for more brought relief to everyone around them. But a single meal did not solve the next day. That is what made hunger in the Depression so relentless. It returned on schedule. No matter how difficult it had been to find food today, tomorrow would require the same effort again. Breadlines did not end hunger. They postponed it. Day work did not restore security. It bought time. Relief did not erase shame. It made survival possible, while asking people to stand and wait and explain themselves. The Hooverville resident lived inside this repeated cycle. Wake, assess food, search, wait, walk, ask, carry, cook, divide, sleep, repeat. It was not laziness. It was labour arranged around absence. And still, people kept walking. That may be the fact that deserves the most attention. Men walked until shoes failed. Women walked with children to relief offices, churches, schools, markets, and water sources. Children walked to school, to lines, to errands, to places where scraps might be found. The entire Depression, when viewed from ground level, seems full of walking. Walking because streetcar fare was too much. Walking because work might be somewhere else. Walking because food was being served across town. Walking because staying still in a shack made despair too visible. Walking because the body, even hungry, could still be made to move when there was no other tool left. Night settled again over the camp with the day's result folded into each shelter. A loaf hidden for morning, a pot scraped clean, a father's feet blistered, a mother's hands smelling of onions, smoke, or soap from washing what she could. Children asleep faster if they had eaten, restless if they had not. Somewhere outside, a few men still talked near the fire, comparing rumours for tomorrow. The names of factories, streets, relief offices, foremen and soup kitchens passed from mouth to mouth like directions through a storm. In one shack, a mother wrapped the remaining bread in cloth and placed it where rats would have a harder time reaching it. In another, a man turned his shoes over and studied the soles, deciding whether they would survive another walk. In another, a child dreamed of food because hunger follows people even into sleep. By morning, the whole effort would begin again, and the children of the camp would wake inside it as if this were the world they had been given to understand. They would learn the geography of bread lines, the meaning of a relief ticket, the sound of adults discussing work in low voices, the way hunger made tempers short, and the strange skill of playing near hardship without fully escaping it. For them, Hooverville was not only a place where adults failed to find work. It was the neighbourhood of childhood, with its paths, rules, dangers, games, embarrassments and lessons. And that is where the story has to move next, because no history of these settlements is complete until we look closely at the children growing up among shacks, smoke, bread lines and the daily education of poverty. For a child, a Hooverville was not a symbol. Adults could look at the shacks and see politics, failure, unemployment, the collapse of wages, the slow response of government, the bitterness of a country that had promised work and delivered bread lines. A child saw different things first. A child saw paths. A child saw mud that could be jumped over or not. A child saw pieces of tin that made good noise when struck with a stick. A child saw a broken wheel, a bent spoon, a crate that could become a fort, a ditch that had to be avoided, a fire that was warm but not to be touched, a man who should not be bothered, a woman who might give you a piece of bread if you stood quietly and did not ask too boldly. That is one of the strange and painful truths about childhood in hard times. Children do not always understand that their world is abnormal while they are living inside it. They learn the rules of whatever world adults give them, and in the early 1930s, for thousands of children across the United States, the world they were given was a city of shacks. The first thing a child learned in a Hooverville was the ground. Not in a poetic way, not as some grand lesson in hardship, but literally. The ground mattered. A child learned where the mud stayed deepest after rain, where broken glass collected, where nails rusted in the dirt, where the path narrowed beside a drainage ditch, where ashes from cooking fires stayed hot even after the flames were gone. They learned which boards could be stepped on and which ones tipped. They learned how to walk without splashing the water their mother had just carried. They learned not to run too close to the fire pits and not to crawl under certain shacks because rats might be there. A child in a proper neighbourhood might be told to look both ways before crossing the street. A child in a Hooverville was told a longer list, and the list changed with the weather. For younger children, the camp could be frightening and exciting at the same time. There were always things happening. Adults moving in and out, fires being built, men hammering boards, women carrying buckets, dogs nosing through scraps. Trains passing close enough that the ground might tremble if the camp was near the tracks. Voices from other shacks, arguments, laughter, coughing, babies crying. A city child in a tenement already knew crowding, noise and shared space. But a Hooverville removed walls from that experience. Everything felt nearer. The outdoors had become the hallway, the kitchen, the yard, the street, and sometimes the bedroom. A small child might accept that more quickly than an adult, because children are practical observers. They want to know where they are allowed to go, who will feed them, who is safe, and what happens next. The deeper sorrow of the situation may come later, when memory matures and the child looks back with adult understanding at what once felt ordinary. Parents had to decide how much truth children could carry. That decision is difficult in every hardship, and in a Hooverville it became part of daily life. A mother might tell the youngest ones that they were staying here for a little while until things improved. A father might say he was going to find work today, not because he knew he would, but because children need adults to move towards something. Older children heard more than their parents intended. They heard the word eviction. They heard the word relief. They heard their mother ask how much flour remained. They heard their father say there was no work again. They heard adults lower their voices when discussing whether to split the family temporarily, send the children to relatives, or place them in an institution if things became impossible. Children do not need every word to understand danger. They collect tone, pauses, facial expressions, and the silence after a question. School was one of the few bridges between Hooverville children and the larger world, but crossing that bridge could be painful. Some children continued attending public school if the settlement was close enough and if they had clothing, shoes, and enough stability to go. Others missed weeks or months because their families moved often, because they lacked proper clothes, because they were needed for errands, or because hunger and illness made regular attendance impossible. Schools in the Depression became places where the national crisis entered the classroom in small bodies. Teachers saw children who came without breakfast, children wearing shoes with cardboard in the soles, children who fell asleep at desks because the night had been cold or noisy, children whose clothes smelled of smoke because their homes were heated by open fires and oil can stoves. Some teachers responded with quiet mercy. They brought food from home, arranged clothing drives, spoke gently, allowed a child to stay inside at lunch or warm by a radiator. Others were impatient. Not every adult understood. Not every adult wanted to understand. The embarrassment of school could be sharper than the hunger. Hunger was physical, but embarrassment entered the self. A child from a Hooverville might avoid answering questions about where they lived. They might give an old address long after the family had lost it. They might walk home by a longer route so classmates would not see the camp. They might refuse to bring friends anywhere near the settlement, not because they lacked friendship, but because they understood that the sight of the shack would change something. Children can be cruel with very little information. A patched sleeve, a smell of smoke, an empty lunch pail, a rumour that someone lives in the shanties, and suddenly poverty becomes a nickname. A child who had no control over wages, banks, rent, or relief could still be made to feel personally responsible for the evidence of all of it. Lunch at school could become a moment of dread. Children with food opened pails or paper-wrapped sandwiches. Children without food watched or pretended not to. Some schools and charities developed feeding programs during the Depression, and in places where a child could receive milk, soup, bread, or a hot meal, school became more than education. It became a point of survival. But even help could humiliate if handled carelessly. A child pulled aside for free food could feel marked. A child given donated shoes in front of others might feel gratitude and shame so tangled together that neither could be named. Adults often say children are resilient, and they are, but resilience is not the same as not being hurt. Many Hooverville children learned to accept help with a face that showed nothing because showing feeling invited more attention. Some children did not go to school regularly because they worked, or tried to. Child labour laws existed in various forms by the 1930s, and reformers had fought for decades to keep children out of factories and mines. But economic desperation has a way of pushing children toward labour, even when law and reform stand against it. A boy might sell newspapers, shine shoes, carry packages, pick coal near railroad tracks, collect scrap metal, gather wood, or run errands for a few pennies. A girl might watch younger children, help wash clothes, stand in relief lines, collect water, mend, cook simple food, or assist her mother in whatever work could be found. In rural migrant families, children picked crops alongside adults when the family followed harvests. In cities, they learned corners where small jobs might appear. The work was rarely steady and often poorly paid, but a few cents mattered. A child who brought home coins entered the family economy early. That can produce pride in a child, and it can also produce a burden no child should carry. Picking coal was one of those tasks that tells you a great deal about Depression childhood. Near railroad lines, children and adults sometimes searched for coal fallen from trains, or scavenged bits from yards where they were allowed or not allowed to be. Coal meant heat. Coal meant cooking. Coal meant a small resistance against cold nights. But railroad yards were dangerous places. Moving trains, guards, sharp metal, and the risk of being chased or injured all came with the search. A child might be quick enough to dart where adults could not. That quickness could make them useful, and usefulness could place them in danger. Imagine a boy of 9 or 10 returning with blackened hands and a pocket of coal chips, proud because he had helped keep the stove burning. Now imagine what had to be true of the world for that pride to be necessary. Play did not disappear. This is important. Children played in Hoovervilles because children play almost everywhere. They made balls from rags tied tight with string. They rolled hoops, threw stones, built little structures from scraps beside the larger structures adults built for survival. They used bottle caps, bits of wire, broken wheels, crates, sticks, cans, and whatever else the camp provided. They played chase along paths their mothers had told them not to run through. They built imaginary stores with mud counters and leaves for money. They pretended to cook with stones and empty cans because children imitate the work they see. In a Hooverville, the line between play and training could be thin. A girl stirring mud in a can might be pretending at supper, but she was also watching how her mother made real supper from almost nothing. A boy building a tiny shack from splinters might be playing, but he was also learning how walls lean and roofs fail. There were pleasures too, and we should not erase them because the setting was hard. A warm day after rain could feel like freedom. A found orange crate could become the centre of an afternoon. A friendly dog could become everyone's dog. A man with a harmonica might draw children near. A passing train could become a spectacle, and children might wave at people who did not wave back. A child might laugh until breathless over something silly, because laughter does not wait for adequate housing. These pleasures were real, but they existed beside hunger, shame, and danger, not instead of them. The mistake would be to turn those moments into proof that the children were fine. Children are capable of joy in places that should have been kinder to them. The camp taught children social knowledge quickly. They learned who shared and who did not. They learned which adults were safe to approach and which ones to avoid. They learned that some men returned angry after failing to find work and should be left alone. They learned that drunkenness changed faces. Alcohol was not available to everyone and not constant in every settlement, but when it appeared, children noticed the shift in voice, posture, and danger. They learned that police could arrive and change the whole mood of the camp. They learned to read the sound of official vehicles, the gathering of adults, the way mothers called children close when outsiders entered. They learned that not all threats looked like threats at first. Poverty made children observant because in a crowded settlement, observation was protection. For children with parents, the family shelter remained the centre of the world, however fragile. The shack might be ugly to outsiders, but to the child it contained the familiar people and objects that made life recognisable. A blanket, a cup, a mother's coat, a father's tools, a place where a younger sibling slept, a particular smell of smoke and damp cloth. Children attach to places because places hold repetition, and repetition feels like safety. A child might know every crack in the wall, every drip in the roof, every sound the tin made in wind. They might fear the shack and love it at the same time. That contradiction is common in childhood poverty. The place that fails you is also the place where your mother is. Some children in Hoovervilles did not have stable families around them. The Depression produced many young wanderers, boys especially, who rode freight trains, slept in camps, begged, worked when they could, and moved across the country with other youths or alone. Some had left home because there was not enough food, believing one less mouth might help. Some were sent away to relatives and never arrived, or did not stay. Some ran from conflict, abuse, or shame. Others were simply pulled into the movement of the unemployed because everyone around them was moving. These young people entered a rough world of hobo jungles, rail yards, police harassment, hunger, and danger from older travellers. They learned codes, routes, and survival techniques, but they also faced violence, injury, and loneliness. The romantic image of riding the rails hides a great deal of fear. A boy on top of a freight car might feel free for an hour and terrified by nightfall. In family Hoovervilles, parents worried about these wandering children and also about their own children becoming like them. A mother might watch a teenage son grow restless and ashamed, too old to be comforted like a child, too young to find steady work, angry at the sight of his father's helplessness. A boy of 15 might feel that staying in the camp made him useless. He might talk about going west, trying another city, finding harvest work, joining other boys on trains. Parents had to decide whether to forbid it, allow it, or accept that forbidding might not matter. The Depression pulled many young people away from home before anyone was ready. Sometimes leaving was an act of responsibility, or felt like one. Sometimes it was escape, sometimes it was both. Girls faced different pressures. An adolescent girl in a Hooverville could become a second mother to younger siblings, carrying water, cooking, washing, soothing, and guarding. She might miss school because the household needed her labour. She might feel the loss of privacy more intensely as her body changed in a one-room shelter. She might have to manage menstruation with little water, little cloth, and little privacy. A subject rarely recorded but unavoidable in real life. She might also become aware of being watched by men, not always dangerously, but enough to make movement through the camp feel different. Mothers often kept daughters close, and daughters sometimes resented that protection, without fully understanding the fear behind it. Growing up poor is not only having less, it is becoming aware of certain dangers before you have the language to discuss them. Health marked many childhoods in the camps. Malnutrition could make children thin, tired, and more vulnerable to disease. Bad water caused stomach illness. Cold and damp worsened coughs. Crowding spread infections. Lice and skin problems were common in many poor settings, especially where washing was difficult. A small cut from rusted tin or broken glass could become serious if not cleaned properly. Parents treated what they could with home remedies, charity clinics, public hospitals, or the knowledge of neighbours. A mother might know which woman had a bit of iodine, who had aspirin, which mission had a nurse, which hospital asked fewer questions. Sickness in a Hooverville child created more than fear. It created logistics. How to get help. How to pay. Who watches the other children? How to keep the sick child warm. Whether the cough is ordinary or dangerous. Whether the fever will break by morning. The emotional health of these children is harder to trace, because few left records in their own words at the time. Adults recorded unemployment, relief, housing, crime, disease. Children's inner lives were often noticed only when they caused trouble, but we can infer some of what they carried. They carried uncertainty, they carried embarrassment, they carried fierce loyalty to parents who were doing their best and resentment toward those same parents when hunger made everything feel unfair. They carried memories of former homes, if they were old enough to have them. A real bed, a door, a stove, a school route, a neighbour, a toy left behind. Younger children might not remember much before the shack, and that brings its own sadness. For them, the Hooverville was not the interruption of childhood, it was childhood. There is one question that sits quietly under this whole subject. What did these children learn from watching adults fail to control the world? Not fail morally, not fail through lack of effort, but fail in the face of forces too large for them. They watched fathers search for work and return empty. They watched mothers stretch food beyond reason. They watched neighbours help one another and sometimes turn on one another. They watched police clear shacks that people had built with their own hands. They watched charity workers give food and ask questions. They watched rich neighbourhoods continue to shine in the distance. These observations formed a kind of education outside school. A child learned that work did not always protect you. They learned that adults could be ashamed. They learned that institutions could be kind in one moment and cruel in another. They learned that having a home was not as permanent as it looked. Some children responded by becoming quiet. They learned not to ask for things, not to complain, not to mention hunger unless it became impossible. Adults often praise such children as good, But goodness under these conditions could mean a child had learned to make their needs smaller. Other children became difficult, restless, angry, or reckless. They stole food, fought, ran away, lied, refused school, talked back, or tested every boundary. These behaviours were often punished, but they can also be read as responses to pressure. Children do not always express distress in ways adults find convenient. A hungry, embarrassed, frightened child may not become gentle. They may become sharp because sharpness feels like protection. In the better organised Hoovervilles, the presence of families sometimes encouraged residents to create more order. Men who might tolerate rough conditions among themselves could become more careful when children were nearby. Rules formed around fires, drinking, waste, noise, and strangers. A communal leader might intervene if a family was being harassed. Neighbours might watch children while parents searched for food or work. In some settlements, children made the camp more domestic, more like a rough village than a temporary gathering of unemployed men. Their laundry hung beside adult clothes. Their voices filled the paths. Their needs forced the question of water, sanitation, safety, and schooling into the open. A camp with children could not pretend it was only a place where men slept between job searches. It was a place where life was continuing, and life continuing meant rituals. Even in shacks, families kept birthdays if they could. A birthday might mean an extra piece of bread, a small sweet, a found object wrapped in newspaper, a song sung quietly. Holidays were harder. Christmas in a Hooverville could bring charity baskets, church visits, donated toys, or nothing at all. Parents often suffered more than children on those days because they knew what should have been possible. A child might cherish a wooden toy made from scrap, but the parent saw the absence around it. Still, families tried. A bit of evergreen, a candle saved for the evening, a story, a church service, a shared meal from donations. Rituals mattered because they gave children proof that time still had shape beyond hunger and weather. The New Deal years brought changes that touched some children directly. Relief programs, public works, school lunch efforts in certain areas, and broader federal intervention began altering the landscape of aid, though unevenly and not immediately for everyone. The Civilian Conservation Corps took young men, usually older teens and young adults, into work camps where they earned wages and sent money home. For some families, a son joining such a program became a lifeline. Other programs created jobs for fathers, improved public relief, or supported communities indirectly. But policy did not reach every shack at once, and even when help came, the experience of having lived in a Hooverville did not simply vanish. Children who had grown up in those settlements carried the memory in their bodies, the habit of saving, the fear of waste, the suspicion of sudden security, the ability to make do with very little, and sometimes a silence around the whole subject that lasted for decades. If you could stand at the edge of a Hooverville near sunset and watch the children, you might see the entire depression in motion, though not in the way a newspaper would describe it. You might see a boy dragging a board twice his size because his father said the roof needs patching. You might see a girl holding a baby on her hip while her mother waits in line for food. You might see two children laughing over a toy made from wire. You might see a school book wrapped carefully in cloth so it does not get wet. You might see a child pause outside a shack where soup is cooking and inhale without meaning to. You might see another child wiping mud from shoes before walking toward a classroom where they will try to be like everyone else for a few hours. These are not small details. They are the history of the Great Depression at child height. By night, children were called back inside. Whatever games had been invented from scraps and mud ended when the light failed, because darkness in a Hooverville belonged to adults and danger. The younger ones curled under blankets, coats, or sacks. Older children lay awake longer, listening. They heard their parents talking in low voices, heard the camp settling, heard coughing from another shelter, heard a train somewhere beyond the shacks. A child might ask whether they would go home soon, meaning the old home, the real one, the one adults had stopped mentioning directly. A mother might say yes someday, or she might say sleep now. because sometimes sleep was the only answer she had left. The child turned toward warmth, toward a sibling, toward the wall that did not keep out enough wind, and the camp continued breathing around them. The children of Hoovervilles grew up learning that a city could contain two worlds at once. One world had lights, shops, schools, offices, streetcars, theatres and houses with doors that locked. The other world had shacks, smoke, mud, bread lines, relief tickets, and roofs patched with whatever could be found. They moved between those worlds more often than adults wanted to admit. They carried one into the other on their clothing, in their hunger, in their silences, in the quickness with which they learned to read a room. And because children adapt, adults sometimes mistook adaptation for lack of harm. But adaptation is not innocence preserved. It is innocence reorganized around reality. When the children finally slept, the settlement did not become safe simply because the smallest voices had gone quiet. Fires still smouldered. Men still argued. Dogs still moved through the dark. A wall could catch from a spark. A stranger could enter the wrong path. Rain could start. Police could arrive. A sick child could worsen before morning. The adults who remained awake understood that keeping children alive in a Hooverville required more than love. It required rules, neighbours, vigilance, and a shared sense of what could and could not be allowed inside the camp. And those rules, spoken and unspoken, kind and harsh, practical and sometimes frightening, shaped the life of the settlement as surely as the shacks themselves. Rules in a Hooverville did not usually begin as rules written on paper. They began as problems. Someone left a fire burning too close to a wall. Someone took another person's bucket. Someone came back drunk and frightened the children. Someone dumped waste too near the place where water was drawn. Someone let strangers sleep in a shelter without warning the neighbours. Someone's dog got into food. Someone cut through another family's space so often that the family began to feel as if even the little bit of ground in front of their shack no longer belonged to them. That was how order formed in many of these settlements. Not from comfort, not from law, not from anyone having the authority of a proper town council, but from the immediate need to keep hardship from becoming chaos. A Hooverville was often illegal or unofficial from the first board nailed into the ground, and because of that its residents lived in a strange position. They were outside the city's normal protections, but they still needed the things any community needs. They needed rules about fire, water, theft, noise, children, strangers, sickness, tools, and space. They needed a way to decide what happened when two families both claimed the same patch of dry ground. They needed a way to stop one careless person from endangering everyone else. They needed some kind of order because poverty by itself is not a system. Poverty only creates pressure. People had to create the system. In the most stable Hoovervilles, this could become surprisingly organised. Some settlements elected or accepted informal leaders, men who were called mayors or spokesmen, not because they had legal power, but because somebody had to deal with outsiders, settle arguments, and speak for the camp when officials appeared. Seattle's Hooverville, one of the best-known and longest-lasting examples, developed a reputation for this kind of internal order. Residents there created rules, discouraged theft, tried to manage sanitation, and presented themselves as a community of unemployed men rather than a disorderly nuisance. This mattered because a camp that looked organised was harder to dismiss as merely dangerous or lazy. It could say to the city, "We're not here because we reject society. We are here because society has no room for us right now, and while we are here, we are trying to behave like citizens." That claim did not always protect them, but it gave the residents a language of dignity. It allowed them to insist that their shacks were not evidence of moral collapse. They were evidence of survival under conditions no one in power had solved. But even in less organised camps, rules formed through habit. A family knew not to dump wash water where another family had to walk. A man knew not to take wood stacked beside another shack unless he had asked. Children learned which fires were communal and which belonged to a particular household. If a woman had hung laundry on a line between two posts, people stepped around it because clean clothing took too much labour to treat carelessly. A borrowed tool was expected back quickly because a hammer in a Hooverville was not a casual item. It might be needed to repair a roof before rain. A bucket was even more important. A bucket meant water, washing, cooking, fire control, and sometimes waste removal. To steal money was bad. To steal a bucket could feel almost as serious because it attacked the basic functioning of a household. People who had almost nothing developed very strong ideas about the few things they did have. Theft existed, of course. It would be dishonest to pretend otherwise. Hunger and desperation create temptation, and Hoovervilles included people in many conditions of mind and body. Some were steady workers temporarily ruined by unemployment. Some were migrants passing through. Some were families trying to preserve order. Some were men worn down by years of rejection. Some drank when they could. Some were mentally ill. Some were simply exhausted and angry. A settlement did not become morally pure because everyone was poor. Blankets disappeared. Food disappeared. Tools vanished. A coat left outside could be gone by morning. But the response to theft could be complicated. People understood need. They also understood that if theft became common, the camp would become unlivable. A man caught stealing food from a family with children might face more than anger. He might be forced out of the camp or beaten, depending on the place and the people involved. That sounds harsh, and it was, but formal law was often distant or hostile. Calling the police could bring trouble for the entire camp, not just the thief. So residents handled things themselves when they could, not because they loved rough justice, but because the official version of justice might arrive with orders to clear every shack. Neighbours mattered in this world in a way that modern people sometimes underestimate. In a solid house with a locked door, a neighbour can be pleasant or unpleasant, and still remain somewhat separate from your daily survival. In a Hooverville, neighbours were part of the structure. A neighbour might help hold a wall while you nailed it. A neighbour might watch your children while you stood in a bread line. A neighbour might share information about a hiring place, lend a pot, provide a little coal, warn you that police were nearby, help carry water, or sit with a sick person while someone went for help. The same neighbour might also keep you awake, borrow too much, attract trouble, or resent what little you had. The closeness forced relationships to matter. You could not simply shut a proper door and turn a key. Thin walls made other people's lives part of your own. This closeness produced both tenderness and friction. A woman in one shack knew when the baby next door had a fever because she could hear the crying change. A man knew the older fellow 2 shelters down was running out of strength because he watched him struggle to stand each morning. Children moved between families, sometimes welcomed, sometimes scolded. Someone might bring a cup of soup to a widow and then complain later that she never returned the cup. A family might share fuel one night and argue over smoke the next. That is how communities work when they are under pressure. We sometimes want the poor in history to appear either noble or broken, but most people were neither one thing nor the other. They were tired human beings living too close together, capable of generosity in the morning and irritation by night. Fire was the rule that sat underneath all the other rules. Every Hooverville needed fire, and every Hooverville feared it. The shacks were made of the very materials that fire likes best: dry boards, paper, cardboard, tar paper, burlap, rags, and thin scraps that burned quickly once they caught. Cooking had to happen. Warmth had to happen. Water had to be boiled. Wet clothing had to be dried. But every flame came with risk. A cooking fire placed too close to a wall could ignite a whole shelter. A stovepipe fitted badly through a roof could send sparks into tar paper. A gust of wind could lift a burning scrap and carry it to another shack. A child could knock over a can stove. A drunk man could fall asleep before banking his fire. In a camp without hydrants, hoses, or reliable water pressure, a small fire could become disaster before anyone had enough buckets filled. So people watched fires. They argued about fires. They built little rings of stone or brick around them. They moved them away from walls when there was space, though space was often limited. Some settlements had rules about where cooking could be done, or how late fires could burn. A family might keep a bucket of water nearby if water was available, but keeping water for fire meant not using it for something else. Again and again, Hooverville life forced these narrow choices. Do you use the water to wash a child, cook beans, save for morning coffee, or keep beside the stove in case sparks jump? The correct answer depended on the hour, the weather, the amount of fuel, and whether the baby had already been coughing for 2 days. If a fire started, everyone nearby had to respond. There was no time to ask whose shack it was or whether you liked the person living there. Fire ignored disputes. Men grabbed buckets, blankets, coats, dirt, anything that could smother flames. Women pulled children back, dragged bedding away, shouted warnings, carried whatever possessions could be saved in seconds. A burning shack gave off more than heat. It gave off the smell of everything a family owned being turned into smoke. Clothing, bedding, paper, wood, food, a photograph, a child's toy, a coat needed for winter. Because the structures were small, a fire could consume a household's entire material life very quickly. And after it ended, there was no insurance agent coming to inspect the loss. There was only ash, neighbours, and the question of whether enough scraps could be found to start again. Fear inside the camp was not constant in a dramatic way. People still cooked, joked, slept, complained, mended and argued about ordinary things, but fear was threaded through the place. Fear of fire, fear of sickness, fear of police, fear of being cleared out, fear of winter, fear of a child getting hurt, fear of theft, fear that work would never return, fear of becoming too weak to keep looking, fear of being seen by someone from the old life, fear of being forgotten completely. Not all of these fears were spoken. Many were carried as habits. A mother keeping children close after dark. A man sleeping with his shoes near his hand in case he had to move quickly. A family keeping their few possessions bundled so they could be carried if officials came. A resident listening carefully when a truck slowed near the edge of camp. Fear became part of the body's routine. Police and city officials occupied a complicated place in this fear. Some officers tolerated Hoovervilles because they understood, at least in practical terms, that the people had nowhere to go. Some may even have looked away when they could. Others treated camps as nuisances, threats, or illegal occupations to be removed. A settlement's relationship with local authorities could change quickly, depending on complaints from property owners, public health concerns, politics, newspapers, or the visibility of the camp. Residents knew they were vulnerable. A proper tenant might have a lease. A homeowner might have a deed. A Hooverville resident had a shack made from scraps on land that usually belonged to someone else. That meant every improvement had a shadow over it. A repaired roof, a dug drainage ditch, a little shelf built inside. All of it could be destroyed if the city decided the camp had to go. This possibility shaped behaviour. Camps that wanted to survive often tried to appear orderly. Residents cleaned paths, controlled waste, discouraged public drunkenness, and made rules about visitors not only for their own comfort, but because disorder gave outsiders an excuse. A man causing trouble was not only endangering his neighbours directly, he was endangering the camp's claim to be tolerated. That could make internal discipline stricter. Someone who attracted police attention might be told to leave. Someone who stole might be pushed out. Someone who threatened women or children could face the anger of many men at once. The camp's survival depended on convincing the outside world that it was not a danger, while also convincing people inside that rules mattered even without official enforcement. Sanitation was another source of rules, and it was one of the hardest. Without proper toilets, waste disposal became a constant challenge. Some camps dug latrines at a distance from living areas and water sources. Others failed to manage this well, especially if they were too crowded or temporary. Garbage had to go somewhere. Food scraps attracted rats and dogs. Standing water bred insects. dirty water spread sickness. People understood these dangers, but understanding did not create infrastructure. Digging a latrine required tools, space, cooperation, and agreement. Keeping it usable required maintenance. Deciding who did that maintenance could create resentment. No one wanted the worst jobs, yet if no one did them, everyone suffered. Water rules could be just as important. If the camp relied on a public tap, a hydrant, a pump, or a nearby stream, people had to share access. Arguments could arise over waiting, contamination, spilled water, or someone taking more than others thought fair. A family with children needed more water. A sick person needed water. Cooking needed water. Fire safety needed water. Washing needed water. In a place where carrying every bucket required labour, water became visible effort. You could watch a woman carry it and understand how much of her day had gone into that weight. You could also watch someone waste it and feel anger rise immediately. Waste in a Hooverville was rarely only a private matter. One person's carelessness could cost another person labour. Noise also required rules, though they were often informal. Shacks did not contain sound. A whispered argument might carry. A baby's crying could wake several families. A drunk man's singing could disturb an entire row. A cough could keep neighbours awake not only because it was loud, but because it reminded them sickness was close. People grew used to noise, but they also grew sensitive to it. Sleep was already difficult. Cold, damp, hunger, worry, and hard bedding made rest fragile. A neighbour who destroyed that rest could become an enemy. Some camps accepted a certain hour after which voices were expected to lower. In other places, the rule was simply enforced by irritation. Someone shouted, someone cursed, someone told the noisy man to take it elsewhere. These moments could escalate quickly because everyone was tired before the argument began. Alcohol had a complicated presence in Hooverville life. Prohibition ended in 1933, but drinking, legal or not, had never vanished. And during the Depression, some people used alcohol to numb humiliation, hunger, cold, or despair. It would be unfair and inaccurate to imagine every Hooverville as full of drunkenness. Many residents were sober, disciplined, and deeply concerned with maintaining order. But when alcohol did appear in an already stressed camp, it could magnify danger. A drunk person might neglect a fire, start a fight, frighten children, spend money needed for food, or draw attention from police. Families often tried to keep distance from men who drank heavily. Camp leaders, where they existed, sometimes discouraged or punished public drunkenness because it threatened everyone's reputation and safety. Again, the issue was not only morality, it was risk. Women often acted as guardians of household boundaries, even when the camp had male leaders. They knew who could come near the children. They knew which neighbour might be trusted with a borrowed pot. They knew when another woman needed help but was too proud to ask. They knew which men to avoid and which ones were harmless despite rough appearances. Women's networks inside the camp could be quiet but important. A borrowed needle, shared soap, advice about a relief office, help during illness, watching children while someone fetched water. These exchanges held families together in ways that rarely made official records. A camp might have a mayor who spoke to reporters, but much of the daily order came from women noticing what needed to be done, and doing it without calling it government. Children lived under rules that were both strict and inconsistent. They were told where they could play, whom they could speak to, which fires to avoid, when to come in, where not to step, and how to behave if officials arrived. But adults were often too busy to watch constantly. This gave children a strange mixture of freedom and danger. They roamed more than many modern children would be allowed to roam, yet they were surrounded by hazards. They learned the camp's social map quickly. They knew the kind woman who might give them crusts. They knew the man who yelled. They knew the shack where a dog was tied. They knew where older boys gambled or smoked. They knew the edge of the camp beyond which their mother had warned them not to go. These rules were part of their education, as real as anything taught in school. Fear of outsiders could bind the camp together, but it could also create suspicion. A well-dressed visitor might be a charity worker, a journalist, a reformer, a curious tourist, a city inspector, or someone looking for trouble. Residents had to decide how much to reveal. If conditions looked too bad, officials might use sanitation as a reason to clear the camp. If conditions looked too orderly, some outsiders might say residents did not need help badly enough. This was a cruel trap. Poverty had to be visible enough to prove need, but not so visible that it justified removal. Families in particular understood this trap. A mother wanted the shack clean to protect her children and her pride. But a clean shack did not mean the family was safe. It meant she had laboured hard under conditions that still should not have been allowed to exist. Reporters and photographers brought another kind of fear. They could bring attention that might lead to aid, but they could also turn residents into objects. A man might not want his face in a newspaper as an emblem of unemployment. A mother might not want her children photographed barefoot outside a shack. Yet refusing could seem ungrateful or suspicious. Some residents learned to speak carefully to outsiders, emphasizing work histories, respectability, cleanliness, and the desire for jobs rather than charity. They understood the story had to be told in a way the public could accept. This meant presenting themselves as deserving, orderly and temporary. Whether anyone should have had to perform dignity so carefully while living under tar paper is another question, but many did because the stakes were real. At night the rules became more serious because darkness removed the thin confidence daylight provided. Fires were checked, children were called in, tools were brought inside if there was room, food was covered or hung if possible. A man might walk the edge of the settlement, not officially, but because he was awake and wanted to see if anything looked wrong. Dogs barked at movement, voices lowered. A visitor after dark was noticed. Someone entering another person's shelter without calling out could be met with immediate anger. In a place where doors were weak, custom had to do what locks could not. You called from outside, you waited, you did not push into a family space. These small courtesies were not decorative. They prevented fear from turning into violence. Illness at night tested neighbours. A child's fever, a woman in labour, an old man struggling to breathe, a cut gone bad. These emergencies forced the camp to decide what kind of community it was. Someone might run for a doctor, though payment was uncertain. Someone might know a clinic. Someone might lend a blanket or heat water. Someone might sit with the family because fear is worse alone. In such moments, the roughness of the camp could soften quickly. People who had argued over smoke in the afternoon could stand together at midnight because a child was sick. Hardship did not make everyone generous, but it made the need for generosity obvious. Still, fear could turn people against one another. If sickness spread, families might avoid the affected shack. If someone was suspected of theft, even without proof, suspicion could isolate them. If a man was seen talking too often with police or officials, others might wonder whether he was reporting on the camp. If one family received relief more regularly than others, resentment could grow. Poverty does not automatically create solidarity. It creates dependency, comparison, and strain. Solidarity had to be built and rebuilt through choices, and sometimes those choices failed. A Hooverville was not a sentimental village. It was a pressured community, held together by necessity and threatened by the same necessity. The physical layout of the camp could either help or harm order. Wider paths allowed movement and reduced fire spread. Shacks built too close together increased risk. A central fire area could create community but also conflict. A separate area for single men might make families feel safer, but it could also create divisions. Camps near water had one advantage and one danger, because rivers could provide water for washing or disposal while also flooding low ground. Camps under bridges had shelter from rain but less air and more damp. Every location shaped rules. People adapted their customs to the ground they had because the ground was never neutral. It decided where smoke went, where children played, where waste could be placed, where strangers entered, where fear collected after dark. What stands out most, when you look closely, is how much governing people did without calling it governing. They negotiated space, enforced norms, protected resources, managed risk, cared for the vulnerable when they could, and represented themselves to hostile authorities. They did this while hungry, unemployed, ashamed, and often physically exhausted. The camp's order was imperfect because the conditions were imperfect, but disorder was not the whole story. The existence of rules in Hoovervilles challenges the lazy idea that people without formal homes were without discipline or standards. In many cases, the standards were intense because the margin for error was so small. A person in a solid house can be careless and suffer only inconvenience. In a shack settlement, carelessness could burn down a row of homes. Late in the evening, when fires burned low and the city beyond the camp still glowed, the settlement depended on all of these rules at once. A father pulled a board across the entrance. A mother checked that the children were close enough to keep warm. A neighbour banked a fire carefully because everyone nearby was sleeping under flammable roofs. A man with a cough turned away from the shared path. Someone tied a bundle tighter in case morning brought orders to move. Someone else listened to the wind against tin and wondered whether the roof would hold. There was fear in that listening, but also cooperation. The camp survived each night not because it was safe, but because enough people behaved as if other people's safety mattered. And beyond the last row of shacks, the outside world waited with its own judgments. City officials worried about sanitation and property. Police worried about trespass and disorder. Charities worried about need and worthiness. Neighbours in nearby districts worried about crime, disease, falling property values, or simply the discomfort of seeing poverty made visible. Reporters came looking for a story. Reformers came looking for evidence. Politicians came looking for blame or solutions. The people inside the camp could make rules, watch fires, help neighbours, and hold fear to a manageable size through the night. But they could not fully control how the world outside chose to see them. And in the morning, when smoke rose from the cook fires and men stepped out toward another day of searching, that outside world would press in again, asking who deserved help, who should move along, who belonged, and how much shame a person was expected to endure before receiving bread. Outside the Hooverville, the city had opinions. That may sound too simple at first, but it matters, because a shack settlement did not exist only in mud, smoke, scrap wood and hunger. It existed inside the gaze of everyone who did not live there. Police officers, charity workers, city officials, newspaper reporters, church committees, nearby homeowners, shopkeepers, labour organisers, reformers, politicians, and ordinary passers-by all looked at the camp and decided what they thought it meant. Some saw suffering, some saw danger, some saw failure. Some saw evidence that the country had broken its promise to working people. Some saw laziness, though they often did not look long enough to see how much labour survival required. Some saw a public health problem. Some saw a moral problem. Some saw a political embarrassment. Very few saw simply what the people inside the shacks saw when they woke each morning. Another day to get through with too little food, too little money, and no secure place to go. The world outside pressed on the camp in small ways before it ever arrived with force. A man walking from the Hooverville toward a factory gate could feel that pressure in the way people looked at his coat, his shoes, his unshaven face. A woman standing at a relief counter could feel it in the pause before the clerk asked her questions. A child from the camp could feel it at school, when someone wrinkled a nose or asked too loudly where he lived now. Shame did not require anyone to say something cruel, though plenty of people did. They could live in silence, in the look that moved quickly away, in the careful tone of pity, in the way a shopkeeper watched too closely when a hungry person entered. The residents of Hoovervilles lived with material hardship, but they also lived with interpretation. Their poverty was constantly being explained by others, judged by others, photographed by others, feared by others, and sometimes pitied by others in ways that still left them exposed. Police were often the most direct representatives of that outside world. To the people in the camp, an officer could mean several different things depending on the city, the neighbourhood, the year, and the individual man wearing the uniform. He could be someone who walked the edge of the settlement and did nothing, which in a Hooverville sometimes counted as mercy. He could be someone who warned residents before an official clearing, giving them a few hours to gather bedding and tools before trucks arrived. He could be someone who chased men from doorways, train yards, parks and under bridges, because vagrancy laws allowed authorities to treat visible poverty as a kind of offence. He could be someone who broke up fights or stopped theft. He could be someone who used the law to remind people that they had no legal claim to the ground beneath their shacks. The uniform carried authority, and authority was frightening in a place where almost everything a family owned could be bundled in a few minutes and lost in one official decision. Vagrancy laws had existed long before the Depression, but mass unemployment changed the meaning of them. When work was available, a man without visible employment could be accused of idleness. When work had disappeared for millions, that accusation became both crueler and more absurd, and yet it did not vanish. Men still had to keep moving. They could be told not to sleep in parks, not to gather near stations, not to stand too long in business districts, not to camp under bridges, not to ride freight trains, not to beg, not to loiter, not to exist too visibly in the wrong place. Think about the impossible geography this created. You cannot stay here. You cannot sleep there. You cannot sit in that doorway. You cannot build on that lot. You cannot ride that train. You cannot ask for money on that corner. But no one is offering a room, a job, or a wage. A man was expected to disappear without having anywhere to disappear to. For families, the police brought a different fear. A single man might be moved along, arrested or beaten, and that was serious enough. But a family could be separated by authority. Children could be noticed. A mother could worry that officials would decide the camp was unfit, and that the unfitness of the camp would somehow become a judgment against her. This was one of the bitterest traps of poverty. Parents did not choose unsafe conditions, but they could be blamed for raising children inside them. A shack leaked because there was no money for rent. A child was dirty because water was hard to carry and soap was scarce. A baby coughed because the air was damp and smoky. Yet the mother might still feel, or be made to feel, that these were personal failures. The outside world often confused the evidence of hardship with the cause of it. Charity entered Hooverville life with hands that could feed and hands that could wound. Churches, missions, settlement houses, ethnic mutual aid societies, fraternal groups, private donors, and local relief agencies provided food, clothing, shelter beds, fuel, medical care, and sometimes cash assistance. Without these efforts, many people would have suffered far worse than they did. A bowl of soup, a blanket, a pair of shoes, a sack of flour, a nurse's visit, a Christmas basket, a school lunch. These were not small things to the people who received them. They could change the day. They could keep a child warm. They could allow a man to keep walking for work. They could prevent a fever from becoming a funeral. Many charitable workers were sincere, exhausted, and deeply compassionate. They saw more need than they could meet, and they carried their own kind of sorrow from that. But charity in the early 1930s often came wrapped in judgment. The old distinction between the deserving and undeserving poor had not disappeared. A widow with small children might be viewed as more deserving than an able-bodied man without work, even if there was no work for him to find. A family that looked clean and orderly might receive sympathy more easily than one already worn down by weeks outdoors. A man who expressed gratitude in the expected way might be treated more kindly than one whose shame came out as anger. A mother could be asked questions about her household, her husband, her relatives, her habits, her spending, her church attendance, and whether she had done everything possible before asking for help. Imagine standing hungry before a desk and having to prove not only that you need food, but that your need has the proper moral shape. This is why many people delayed asking until the situation was desperate. It was not ignorance, it was pride, fear, and memory. They remembered when they had been the sort of family that gave a little to others, not the sort that stood in line. They remembered their names attached to addresses, trades, churches, neighbourhoods, and employers. They did not want those names attached to a relief ledger. A man might rather walk all day looking for work that did not exist than spend an hour being questioned by a clerk who seemed to suspect him of laziness. A mother might ration food past reason, because going to the charity office meant admitting publicly what she had been trying to soften for the children. Relief was necessary. Relief also had a doorway, and crossing that doorway changed how some people felt about themselves. The relief office itself had a particular atmosphere in many cities. People waited on benches or stood in lines holding papers, children, hats, baskets, or nothing. The air could be heavy with damp wool, tired bodies, impatience and fear. Some applicants spoke too much because nerves loosened their tongues. Others answered only what was asked. A child might lean against a mother's skirt and stare at the floor. A father might keep his hat in his hands because removing it felt respectful, and respect might matter. Behind the desk sat someone with forms. Forms mattered. Names, ages, addresses, last employment, length of residence, dependents, rent owed, relatives, physical condition. A life that had once been lived in rooms, meals, wages, habits, and relationships was reduced to categories because categories were how systems distributed help. That reduction was necessary for administration, perhaps, but it could feel like being flattened. Some local relief systems required home visits. A worker might come to inspect conditions, confirm need, and determine whether aid should continue. In a normal house, such a visit could still feel intrusive. In a Hooverville shack, it could feel almost unbearable. The visitor saw the bedding, the patched walls, the cooking arrangement, the dirty clothes waiting for water, the child's cough, the mother's improvised order, the father's silence if he was present. A good worker might see effort. A judgmental one might see evidence against the family. The mother might have cleaned all morning before the visit, not because the shack could ever become truly clean, but because she needed the visitor to understand that poverty had not made her careless. She had to present hardship correctly. Too tidy, and someone might think help was less urgent. Too dirty, and someone might think the family was morally unfit. This was the narrow stage on which poor families were often forced to perform. Nearby residents and business owners had their own reactions to Hoovervilles. Some offered help quietly. A grocer might save bruised produce. A baker might pass along stale bread. A homeowner might bring old clothing. A church group might organise meals. But others complained. They feared disease, crime, falling property values, fire, disorder, and the simple discomfort of having poverty too close to respectable streets. There were people who could tolerate poverty as long as it stayed hidden in alleys, cheap rooms, or distant neighbourhoods, but a Hooverville made poverty visible in a way that felt like accusation. It stood in public space and refused to disappear. A row of shacks near a park or road asked an uncomfortable question every day. If this can happen here, in this city, among people who used to work, what exactly is secure? Newspapers shaped the public meaning of the camps. Reporters wrote about shanty towns with tones that range from sympathetic to mocking, from investigative to sensational. Photographs of shacks, unemployed men, barefoot children, and campfires travelled into homes far from the settlements. For some readers, these images stirred compassion. For others, they confirmed prejudice. A photograph could show a child standing beside a tar paper wall, but it could not show every choice that brought the family there, every job application, every pawned object, every watered soup, every night the parents lay awake. Images made suffering visible, but visibility was not the same as understanding. People could look directly at a Hooverville and still see only what they already believed. Political groups also entered the world around the camps. Labour organisers, socialists, communists, unemployed councils, veterans groups, and local activists sometimes worked among the unemployed, helping resist evictions, organise demonstrations, demand relief, or challenge city policies. In some places, unemployed councils physically move furniture back into apartments after evictions, turning private loss into public protest. These actions frightened authorities and property owners, but they also gave desperate people a sense that they were not merely waiting to be helped or removed. They could act, they could gather, they could say that hunger was not a private shame but a public failure. For some Hooverville residents, this language was empowering. For others, it was risky. Association with radical politics could bring police attention, public suspicion, or conflict within the camp. Not everyone who was hungry wanted to become a protester. Some wanted only work and a door that locked. The Bonus Army in 1932 made the connection between Hoovervilles, politics, and public authority impossible to ignore. Thousands of World War I veterans and their families came to Washington, D.C. to demand early payment of a promised bonus, and many built camps of makeshift shelters near the capital. They were not simply faceless, unemployed men. They were veterans, men who had served the country, now asking the country to help them survive. When federal troops eventually cleared the camps, burning shelters and driving people out, the images shocked many Americans. The event showed how quickly a settlement of desperate citizens could be treated as an enemy formation when it became politically inconvenient. For people in Hoovervilles elsewhere, the lesson was clear enough. Sympathy could shift. Tolerance could end. A camp could be allowed to exist 1 week and destroyed the next. Shame moved through all of this like a second weather. It affected how people asked for help, how they stood in line, how they spoke to officials, how they explained their circumstances to children, and how they imagined themselves. Shame was especially cruel because it attached itself to conditions people had not chosen. A man who lost work because a factory closed could still feel ashamed facing his family. A woman who lived in a shack because rent became impossible could still feel ashamed when a charity worker saw the bedding. A child who smelled of smoke because the family had only a campfire could still feel ashamed in a classroom. The Depression created mass hardship, but mass hardship did not automatically remove individual embarrassment. Knowing that millions were suffering did not make your own torn shoes less visible. Some people resisted shame with anger. They blamed bankers, bosses, politicians, President Hoover, the stock market, landlords, or the entire economic system. This anger could be clarifying. It placed responsibility outside the hungry body. It allowed a man to say, "I did not fail alone, something failed around me." But anger did not feed children by itself, and not everyone could hold it. Others resisted shame through neatness, manners, prayer, silence, humour, or work of any kind. A woman scrubbing a pot with sand because she had no proper sink was resisting shame. A father shaving before asking for work was resisting shame. A child carefully wrapping a schoolbook in cloth was resisting shame. These acts did not change the structure of poverty, but they protected something inside the person living through it. Survival depended on learning how to deal with the outside world without being crushed by it. People developed strategies. They knew which soup kitchen served without sermons, and which one required a prayer first. They knew which relief worker was fair, which clerk was cruel, which church had shoes, which police officer gave warnings, which neighbourhoods were better for odd jobs, which markets discarded food at what hour, which missions separated families, which shelters were dangerous, which train yards were watched, which city offices demanded proof of residence. This knowledge was not written down in official guides. It passed from mouth to mouth in lines, camps, churches and streets. A newcomer to a Hooverville might learn more useful information in one evening near a fire than in a week of walking alone. Charity could also create relationships that were not simple. A churchwoman bringing food to a camp might feel sincere compassion. and still misunderstand the people she served. A resident might be grateful for the food and resent the tone. A child might love the donated toy and hate knowing it was donated. A relief worker might admire a mother's cleanliness and still write notes that reduced her life to a case file. Help does not erase inequality between giver and receiver. In hard times, the way help is given can either preserve dignity or quietly take more of it. People in Hoovervilles remembered who spoke to them like adults. They remembered who used their names. They remembered who handed food without making a performance of generosity. They also remembered who made them feel small. There were moments when the outside world surprised people with kindness. A police officer might look the other way while a man gathered scrap wood. A bakery might leave bread where it could be found without forcing anyone to ask. A doctor might treat a child and never send a bill. A schoolteacher might quietly pack extra food in a child's bag. A clerk might bend a rule because the rule was cruel. A neighbour who had complained about the camp might bring blankets after a cold snap. These moments did not solve the depression, but they mattered because they reminded people that systems could be harsh while individuals still chose mercy. Many families survived because of such choices, small as they seem from the outside. There were also moments of public cruelty. Camps were mocked. Residents were called bums, loafers, squatters, undesirables. People who had walked miles looking for work were accused of not wanting it. Families were treated as if poverty were contagious. Children were teased. Men were shoved from one place to another. Shacks were burned or bulldozed in clearings. Belongings were destroyed because they were considered trash by officials, though to the owner they might be the last blanket, the only pot, the photographs, the child's coat. When authorities cleared a camp, they often spoke in the language of sanitation, safety, property, and order. Those concerns could be real. But from inside the shack, the clearing meant something simpler. The place you made because there was nowhere else to go was being taken too. Public relief changed significantly as the New Deal expanded, but change did not arrive evenly or instantly. Federal programs created jobs, funded relief, built infrastructure, and altered expectations about government responsibility. For some Hooverville residents, a work relief job became the path out. A man hired through a public works program could bring wages home, however modest, and wages were different from charity. They restored a measure of identity. A family might move from a shack to a room to better housing, from constant emergency to fragile stability. But others remained outside these improvements for a long time. Eligibility rules, discrimination, location, health, age, and simple bad luck shaped who benefited. The story of recovery was not one story. Some climbed out, some were moved out, some drifted from one camp to another, some died before the better days reached them. The relationship between survival and shame changed when work relief appeared. Many unemployed people preferred work to direct aid not because they were too proud to need help, but because work allowed them to receive money without feeling reduced to a supplicant. Public works jobs were often hard, low-paid and temporary, but they carried a moral meaning that relief alone often lacked. A man could say he was building a road, a park, a school, a bridge. He could bring home pay. He could stand straighter. This mattered in households where children had watched adults ask for food. It mattered in camps where men had grown tired of being treated as idle. The New Deal did not erase shame, but for some it gave survival a different form. Still, the outside world never became simple. The same city that tolerated a Hooverville might clear it later. The same charity that fed a family might judge its habits. The same newspaper that exposed suffering might use language that dehumanized the sufferers. The same public that demanded action might resist camps near their neighborhoods. The same government that created jobs might exclude some people through discrimination or bureaucracy. Hooverville residents had to navigate all of it. They were not passive recipients of policy or pity. They were negotiators, interpreters, presenters of self, gatherers of information, avoiders of danger, seekers of opportunity, and protectors of dignity under circumstances designed to wear dignity down. By evening, after another day spent dealing with the world outside, people returned to the camp, carrying more than food or failure. They carried encounters. A man might return angry from being turned away by a foreman who had hired younger men. A woman might return quiet after a relief worker asked too many questions. A child might return from school with donated shoes and refuse to say whether anyone laughed. A father might return with a work assignment and try not to show too much hope in case it vanished. A neighbour might bring news that officials were discussing clearing the camp. These reports moved through the settlement quickly, because everyone's future depended on what the outside world intended to do next. Night did not shut that world out completely. City lights still showed beyond the shacks. Police might still come. Charity trucks might arrive early in the morning. Work lines would form before dawn. Relief offices would open with their questions. Newspapers would print new arguments about what should be done. The residents could pull cloth over doorways and bank their fires and gather children close. But the boundary between camp and city was never firm. The Hooverville was inside America, not outside it. And that was what made it so uncomfortable for everyone. It forced the country to see people who had not vanished when the economy no longer had a place for them. In one shack, a mother folds a relief ticket and tucks it into a tin can so it will not be lost. In another, a man rubs his feet and studies a scrap of paper with an address where work might be offered. Near a low fire, two residents argue about whether the new president's programs will change anything. A child sleeps in shoes because the morning may be cold, and there is no time to search for them in the dark. A police whistle sounds somewhere beyond the camp, and several people pause without speaking. The outside world has not entered, not yet, but everyone knows it is there. Survival in a Hooverville was never only a matter of enduring hunger or weather. It was also the daily work of facing systems that could help, judge, ignore, photograph, feed, question, move, or destroy you. It was learning when to be visible and when to hide, when to ask and when to avoid asking, when to accept pity and when to refuse it, when to obey, when to negotiate, when to leave before being forced. The people who managed that day after day were not simply waiting for history to happen to them. They were making decisions inside a narrow, punishing field of choices. And eventually, for many of these settlements, the question became not how to survive one more night, but how the end would come. Would work return first? Would relief open a door? Would the family leave quietly before anyone noticed? Would a city crew arrive with orders? Would the shack be abandoned, dismantled, burned, or absorbed into memory? Every Hooverville had mornings, and some mornings looked like any other. Smoke, coffee, stiff backs, men leaving for work lines, children stirring under blankets. But there were other mornings when the camp woke to movement at its edges, to officials, trucks, warnings, rumours confirmed, and the knowledge that the place built from scraps because there had been nowhere else to go might itself be taken apart before noon. The last morning in a Hooverville did not always announce itself as the last morning. Sometimes there was warning. Sometimes rumours moved through the camp for days before anything happened. Someone had heard that the city council had discussed clearing the settlement. Someone else had seen officials measuring the land. A police officer had told one resident quietly that it would be better to move before the weekend. A charity worker had said nothing directly, but her face had changed when asked whether the camp would be allowed to remain. In other cases, there was no warning that mattered. The morning began like any other morning, with smoke lifting from small fires, men pulling on stiff shoes, women checking what food remained, children stirring under blankets, and then the outside world arrived at the edge of the shacks with trucks, orders, tools, uniforms, and the authority to say that this place, poor as it was, temporary as it had always been called, could no longer exist. That is one of the difficult truths about Hoovervilles. They were often spoken of as temporary by everyone, including the people who lived there. Temporary until work came, temporary until relief improved, temporary until the family could rent a room, temporary until the weather changed, the economy turned, The government acted, the road crew hired, the factory reopened, the cousin wrote back. The cheque arrived. But temporary places can become filled with permanent feelings. A shack might have been built from scrap wood and tar paper, but a child might have learned to walk there. A woman might have nursed a fever there. A man might have returned there every evening for 2 years, humiliated by unemployment but still grateful to have a dry corner. A family might have argued, prayed, eaten, slept, mended clothes, hidden from shame, and waited through winter inside those walls. The city might call it an illegal structure. The family might still know exactly which board creaked, which corner leaked, which nail held the coat, and which gap near the roof let in the morning light. Even a poor shelter gathers memory if people live in it long enough. The last morning could come because the family was leaving on its own. That version was the gentlest, though gentle is not quite the right word. A man might have received work through a public programme, enough to rent a room at last. A relative might have sent money. A church might have found a family a place. A New Deal relief office might have opened a path that had not existed 6 months earlier. The family might have saved a few dollars from temporary work and decided that anything with walls, even one crowded room over a shop, was better than another winter in the camp. On that morning, the leaving began with sorting. What goes? What stays? What can be sold? What can be carried? What is too dirty, too broken, too heavy, too full of the Hooverville to bring into the next place? This sorting had a cruel echo of the day the old house was lost. Once again, life had to be reduced to what could be moved. But this time, the reduction contained a little hope. A pot, a blanket, a hammer, a school book, a photograph kept dry in cloth, a chair made from scrap that was not worth taking, but had held someone night after night. The family was not returning to what had been lost. That world was gone. But they were stepping towards something with an address, and that mattered. A child might feel confused on such a morning. Adults had spent months insisting that this was not truly home, and now the child was expected to leave it. Children attach themselves to repetition faster than adults admit. The path to the water source, the neighbour who gave crusts, the friendly dog, the sheet of tin that banged in the wind, the place where games were played, the other children who understood without explanation what it meant to live among shacks. These had become part of the child's world. Leaving could feel like relief to the parents and loss to the child at the same time. A girl might ask whether they could take the little shelf her father had made. A boy might want to bring a useless scrap he had turned into a toy. A mother, already overwhelmed by the work of moving, might say no too sharply, then soften because she understood that the child was not asking for junk. The child was asking whether memory was allowed to come along. For others, the last morning came with force. City clearances happened for many reasons. Officials cited sanitation, fire danger, trespass, public health, complaints from nearby residents, planned construction, park restoration, or simple public order. Some of those concerns were real. Hoovervilles could be unsafe. Fires could spread. Waste could contaminate water. Disease could move through crowded shelters. But the solution often arrived as removal without a secure alternative, and for the people inside the camp, the official explanation did not change the immediate fact. The roof over their heads, however inadequate, was being taken. Men might stand outside their shacks with their hands in their pockets, watching officers approach, trying to decide whether anger would help or only make things worse. Women gathered children close and began packing faster than they should have had to pack. The smallest objects became urgent. A spoon, a comb, a blanket, a paper with an address, a relief ticket, matches, the family Bible, a baby's coat. The speed of official action rarely matched the tenderness of private belongings. The sound of a camp being cleared was not one sound, it was many. Boards being pried loose, tin scraping against tin, children crying because adults were moving too quickly, Men shouting questions no one intended to answer fully. Officials calling instructions. Dogs barking, glass breaking. The dull thud of belongings thrown into carts or trucks. A woman calling for a child who had stepped away. The crackle of fire if shacks were burned after being emptied, which sometimes happened because burning was faster than dismantling and ensured the structures would not be reoccupied. Smoke from a cooking fire is one thing. Smoke from a home being destroyed is another. Even if that home was made from tar paper and packing crates, the smell would carry clothing, bedding, paper, grease, damp wood, and all the small traces of human use. It was not only refuse burning, it was evidence burning. Some residents resisted. Not always with violence, though sometimes confrontations did happen, but with refusal, argument, delay, appeals to sympathy, appeals to law, appeals to simple decency. A man might say there are children here. A woman might ask where they are supposed to go. Someone might point out that the city had known about the camp for years and had not provided enough housing. Someone else might try to salvage materials before the roof was torn apart. Resistance could also be quiet. A resident could remove every usable nail before leaving, not out of pettiness, but because nails might be needed again. A woman could fold her blanket carefully in front of officials, refusing to let their hurry turn her into disorder. A father could tell his children to stand straight. These gestures did not stop the clearance, but they protected a last piece of dignity from being trampled along with the walls. There were camps that disappeared gradually instead of suddenly. As relief expanded and public works programs grew, as some men found jobs, as families moved in with relatives, as authorities pressured residents to leave, a Hooverville might thin out over months. One shack empty, then another. A roof collapsing after rain and never repaired. A communal fire used by fewer people. Paths slowly losing their shape. The camp that had once seemed crowded now felt hollow. This kind of ending could be quieter but not necessarily easier. The people remaining often were those with the fewest options. The sick, the older men, the people excluded from jobs, the families who had not qualified for help, the migrants who had nowhere else to return. Watching others leave could inspire hope or deepen despair. Every departing family proved escape was possible. Every empty shack reminded those left behind that they had not escaped yet. By the mid and late 1930s, the meaning of Hoovervilles began to change as federal relief and work programs altered the landscape of poverty, though they did not end hardship entirely. Programs created jobs, built roads, parks, schools, bridges, and public buildings, and provided income to many families who had been trapped in private charity and local relief. Work relief mattered not only because it put money in pockets, but because it answered shame in a language many Americans understood. A man could say he was working again. A family could buy food instead of only receiving it. A child could see a father leave with a job assignment rather than only a rumour. Still, these programs were uneven. They did not reach everyone at the same time. Discrimination shaped access. Women, black workers, Mexican-American families, migrants, older workers, disabled people, and those without the right local ties often faced barriers. The end of Hooverville life was not a single national exhale. It was a patchwork of partial exits. When a family did leave for better housing, the first night under a real roof could feel strange. We often imagine relief as simple happiness, but the body does not always believe in safety immediately. A room with plaster walls, a door, a stove, maybe a light, maybe a shared hallway, maybe a landlord downstairs, could feel luxurious and fragile at the same time. A mother might keep checking the children as if the cold from the shack would still find them. A father might wake before dawn automatically, prepared for another long walk, then remember that work or relief had changed the schedule. A child might sleep deeply for the first time in weeks, or might miss the familiar noises of the camp. The family's belongings placed in a new room looked different. The pot that had cooked over a smoky fire now sat on a stove if they were lucky enough to have one. The blanket that had been a wall, a coat, and bedding might be folded at the foot of a bed. Objects carried the Hooverville with them even after they left it. And what was left behind in the camp? At first, physical things. Ash, broken boards, rusted cans, bent nails, torn cloth, bottle caps, crates too damaged to reuse, pieces of tar paper, a child's lost marble, a shoe sole, a cracked cup, the outline of a stove pit, stones arranged around a fire that would not be lit again, the darker patch of earth where a shack had stood long enough to block grass, a drainage ditch dug by someone who had been tired of waking in mud. These remains might look like trash to a passerby. To someone who had lived there, they were a map. Here was the place where the family cooked. Here was the corner where the baby slept. Here was the wall that blew down in February. Here was the path to water. Here was where the men gathered to talk about jobs. Here was where a woman shared coffee on a morning when there was nothing else to offer. The ground remembered in marks no official record bothered to keep. Cities often tried to erase those marks quickly. Land was cleared, graded, built over, turned back into parkland, industrial space, roadways, or simply left vacant until another use appeared. The point of clearing was not only to remove unsafe shelters, it was also to remove the visible accusation. A Hooverville in public view said something uncomfortable about the country, and once conditions improved enough, many communities wanted that statement gone. They wanted the shacks removed, the photographs archived, the name treated as a relic of the worst years. This is understandable in one sense. People want to recover from disaster. They want streets cleaned, parks restored, families housed, and the symbols of humiliation put away. But erasure has a cost. When the physical camp disappears, it becomes easier to forget the people who made lives there. The people themselves did not forget so easily. Many who lived through the Great Depression carried its lessons for the rest of their lives. Some became careful with money in ways their children and grandchildren found extreme. They saved string, jars, nails, cloth, paper bags, grease, soap ends, and food scraps, because they knew how quickly useful things could become scarce. They hated waste with a seriousness that did not come from moral fashion but from memory. A piece of bread left uneaten could disturb them. A light left burning in an empty room could feel wrong. A child complaining about supper might awaken an old anger, or sadness the child did not understand. Those habits were sometimes mocked as thrift, but underneath them was a history of loss. People who had once built shelter from refuse did not easily accept the idea that anything useful should be thrown away. Some carried silence instead. Not everyone wanted to tell their children about the Hooverville. Shame can outlive the conditions that created it. A father who had slept in a shack might later become a steady worker and never mention the camp because mentioning it felt like inviting the old judgment back into the room. A mother might speak of hard times in general, but not of the day she stood in a bread line or washed children in a basin before sunrise so they could look decent at school. Children who had grown up in shacks might become adults who told funny stories about making toys from scraps, skipping over the hunger because hunger was harder to describe. Families sometimes preserve pain by not speaking it. The silence itself becomes an heirloom, passed down in habits rather than words. Others did speak, and their memories complicate the easy version of the past. Some remembered kindness, a neighbour sharing food, a teacher who noticed, a police officer who gave warning, a stranger who bought an apple without looking pitying, a camp leader who kept order, a mother who somehow made a shelter feel like a household. They remembered fear too, and cold, and embarrassment, and the smell of smoke in every piece of clothing. They remembered walking. The Great Depression in many memories is full of walking. To relief offices, to school, to work lines, to markets after closing, to railroad yards, to churches, to anywhere that might provide a meal or a wage. A person could leave the Hooverville physically and still carry the road in their feet. The name Hooverville also remained. though its political bite softened with time. During the worst years, it was an accusation aimed at Herbert Hoover and the perceived failure of his administration to respond adequately to the crisis. It was a joke made from anger. It gave people a way to say that their suffering belonged not only to their own private misfortune, but to national leadership, to policy, to the economy, to decisions made far above the shack roof. Later, the word became historical shorthand, almost tidy. Students learn it as a vocabulary term. A Hooverville was a shanty town during the Great Depression. That definition is correct, but it is too clean. It does not show the bent nails, the relief tickets, the mothers washing children before dawn, the men standing at factory gates, the arguments over fire, the children hiding where they lived, the door made from a board, the smell of soup when there was not enough for everyone. That is why it matters to linger a little longer with what was left behind. Not because the shacks themselves were admirable. No one should have had to live in them. Not because hardship made people better in some simple way. Hardship damaged many people. It shortened tempers, weakened bodies, separated families, interrupted education, and left marks that lasted decades. But the Hoovervilles reveal something important about ordinary Americans under pressure. They show that people can lose almost everything associated with stability and still attempt order. They can be hungry and still share. They can be ashamed and still insist on manners. They can be exposed and still create privacy with a hanging cloth. They can be judged by outsiders and still know within themselves that they are more than the judgment. They can build a home from scraps, not because scraps are enough, but because the need for home is stronger than the insult of the materials. In the final morning of one imagined camp, after most residents have left or been removed, the settlement is strangely quiet. The fires are out. The paths are still visible, but without footsteps they already look less certain. A few men remain, gathering what can be salvaged. One prees boards loose carefully, saving the straight nails in his pocket. Another rolls a piece of tar paper, though it is torn and probably not worth carrying. A woman searches the dirt near where her family slept because a button from her daughter's coat has gone missing. It is only a button, but buttons matter when winter comes. A child stands beside a bundle, watching adults dismantle the only home he remembers clearly. He does not understand the economics, the elections, the relief policies, the municipal complaints, the public health reports, or the newspaper language. He understands that the wall with his scratch marks is coming down. Nearby, a city worker may see only debris. He has a job to do. Perhaps he is not cruel. Perhaps he is relieved to have wages. Perhaps he has his own family and his own fears. He lifts boards into a truck. He does not know who slept under them. That is often how history works. One person's survival becomes another person's cleanup. One person's home becomes debris when viewed from the wrong side of authority. The difference between the two is not the material, it is the relationship to it. A crate board is trash in an alley, a wall in a Hooverville, and trash again after the people leave. The board does not change much, the human need around it does. As the country moved forward, it wanted to tell a story of recovery. Banks stabilised. Jobs returned slowly, unevenly, then more dramatically as the nation moved toward the demands of World War II. Men who had stood in bread lines entered factories, shipyards, military service, government work. Women found new kinds of labour and carried old burdens still. Children of the Depression grew into adults shaped by scarcity. The shanty towns disappeared from many city landscapes, but the conditions that produced them remained a warning. A modern economy can appear strong and still fail millions quickly if work vanishes, savings evaporate, housing becomes unreachable, and public help arrives too late or with too much humiliation attached. That warning is part of what Hoovervilles left behind. They remind us that homelessness is not only a personal condition, it is also a public fact, created where wages, housing, health, policy, prejudice, and luck collide. And perhaps they leave another reminder too, quieter, but just as necessary. When we look at photographs of Hoovervilles now, it is easy to let the eye stop at the roughness. The leaning walls, the mud, the smoke, the clothes, the faces. But each shack was the answer to a practical problem solved by someone who was tired. Someone found the board. Someone carried the tin. Someone straightened the nails. Someone kept the fire small enough not to burn the place down. Someone told the children to stay close. Someone folded the blanket. Someone stood in line. Someone walked for work. Someone came back with nothing and left again the next morning anyway. The shacks were poor, but the effort inside them was not. By the time the last family walked away, whatever they carried was more than belongings. They carried the knowledge that a home could be lost. They carried the knowledge that official help could save and humiliate at the same time. They carried the memory of neighbours who had become necessary, of strangers who had been kind, of others who had judged. They carried the cold of nights when the roof did not hold. They carried the taste of thin soup and overboiled coffee. They carried the habit of listening for trucks, for rain, for a child's cough, for the sound of work being mentioned by someone near a fire. They carried proof that they had survived something many people preferred not to see. And if there is a reason to tell this story slowly, it is because the people of the Hoovervilles were so often seen too quickly, seen as bums, seen as victims, seen as political symbols, seen as sanitation problems, seen as photographs, seen as evidence in arguments about presidents, banks, charity and relief. But before all of that, they were people waking in the cold and asking the same questions people ask in every hard time. What can we eat? Where can we work? How do we keep the children safe? Who can be trusted? What must be carried? What can be left behind? How do we get through today without losing the last part of ourselves? So when you imagine the last morning in Hooverville, do not imagine only the shacks coming down. Imagine a woman tying a bundle with hands that have done this too many times. Imagine a man slipping bent nails into his pocket because he knows better than to waste them. Imagine a child looking back at a place adults called temporary, not knowing that years later the memory of that place may return with the smell of smoke or wet cardboard or coffee boiled in a tin can. Imagine the city already preparing to forget, even while the ground still shows where people slept. And then imagine, beyond that cleared lot, beyond the smoke and the scraps and the official reports, a family walking toward whatever came next, carrying not enough, carrying too much, carrying the stubborn human need to begin again somewhere else.